going into this now. Alrighty. So chat. We actually have first we're gonna go through the the first character we're gonna be choosing from Final Fantasy X to go over tonight. It's going to be the one and only Sin Spira's Judgment. Or sorry, Sin Spira's Punishment. Because honestly, most of the commanders from the set FFXIN, so straight up from the actual set from Final Fantasy X, you know, we have like Sid, we have Jekt, which is like, come on, boring. This Seymour as like a character seemed to have like a lot of lore, and it would have been nice to be able to build a deck around him, with his like role of like pseudo protagonist ish or whatever, but just, you know, the card wasn't very exciting. And then same with like Titus, you know, Yuna, Hope of Spira. I didn't want to do a commander deck based on her because it would just be really, really similar. It would be kind of boring, to be honest. It'd be boring, and also like it would be the broadest possible like deck build, right? Like it's just like green white enchantments. We could do sagas, right? And that's cool. The top part would like sagas, and then just like enchantment creatures in general from Theros and things like that. But I don't know, you know, that one just struck me as like a little less exciting. But Sin Spira's Punishment, now that one right there, now that's some spiciness right there. That is a spicy commander right here. So let's begin with reading Sin Spira's Punishment. Sin Spira's Punishment, 4 black, green, blue, 7/7 legendary creature Leviathan avatar. Sin has flying, and whenever Sin enters or attacks, exile a permanent card from your graveyard at random. Then create a tapped token that is a copy of that card. If the exiled card is a land card, repeat this process. Alright, so I keep forgetting I don't really need my headphones. Alright, so chat, let's think about what this means here, right? What does Sin Spira's Punishment actually like want us to do as a commander? Right, I want to break down the actual card text that we have here. So a 7-mana 7/7, but in Sultai, right? So we're gonna have a, you know, rather expensive commander. It's not a commander that necessarily comes out fast at all, but like we do have access to green, so we're gonna have some ramp in that regard, right? Just built with the Ultimacia time source. Oh, very nice. Hey, bud. Hey, West Coast. How you doing? Good to see you earlier. So you know, we have green, so we do have some mana ramp. Just like Sultai was doing in the Tarkir set, we do have some self-mill going on, because since as every time Sin enters or attacks, we exile a permanent card from our graveyard at random, and then create a tap token that's a copy of that card. But if it's a land, so like, you know, a permanent card, so if it's a land, we just do it again, right? So we basically like keep on shuffling and getting a card at random until we get a non-land, non-creature, get a non-land permanent card, basically, right? Mill with Amulet Vigor effects. Hey, Zach, I'm down for that. I'm down for that. Try to figure out if haste magic would be good and feather. It's a new instance that came out. Ooh. Maybe. As a 2-mana card, that's not very bad. We want very few non-land permanents, all bombs as payoffs, a high land count, and a ton of spells driving core duck functions. This is functionally a control deck, positioning us for resolving Sin. Yes, Wes, Wobbler, good to see you, bud. Yes, we did, back before this set even came out, Sin was one of the first cards revealed. So we've had a while to think about this card, and we actually did talk about this card. Didn't do a full deck tech, but we did talk about what this card could mean and how we'd probably want to build it a couple weeks ago, actually. Probably Snapcaster effects with bouncing spells. So, roughly that's all I had. Okay, so at work, what I do, I break down a couple of like just the talking points about the Sin deck. So I kind of have those notes here. So what I'm reading here for Sin Spira's Punishment. One, we do have to ramp out our commander, right? Because we want to consistently make sure our commander comes out and a reasonable time scale, ideally like turn 5 or something like that. Whenever Sin enters or attacks, so ETB or attacking, either is fine. Exile a permanent card from your graveyard at random. So we do need to make sure that we are self-milling ourselves, right? Because we can't really rely on our opponents to kill our things to put them in the graveyard. We gotta put them there ourselves. So some self-mill is the most continuous way to do it. Although we might not necessarily want to self-mill the entire time, because we are trying to get, copies of more specific cards, right? Like if we traumatized ourselves and milled half of our deck into our graveyard, that wouldn't really be good, right? Because then like we have to shuffle half of our deck. Unless unless the deck is full of like lands and just objectively powerful creatures, that's not the best idea. And then create a token that's a copy of it. So I see some token doubling. Token doubling would work here, as long as all the creatures we get aren't legendaries. That's a copy of that card. If the exile card is a land, repeat this process. So there is a little bit of landfall here, right? Like this does allow us to do just a tiny bit of landfall. It's not the goal of the deck, right? It's not the goal of the deck. It happens to happen because a land comes into play from our graveyard, right? That's really just there for like, hey, if Sin dies, we get to, cast Sin again and just kind of keep it going. That's more of the reason for the land coming in, but that does mean that we do get some landfall triggers, and we'll have to think about that. While I'm in the figure is an effect I would like, it's really bad for Sin because we don't want small utility permanents, right? Either for the Atla collab. Wait, what? Eldrazi do work. Those are big, scary creatures. We just got to make sure the Eldrazi don't shuffle into our graveyard, right? Definitely make sure we don't do that. Hardened Scales for this deck? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Not in any way, shape, or form do we want that. The problem with token doubling in Sin is a huge target on its back. Every single Sin trigger is precious, and the token doubler doesn't exactly do anything if it's our Sin's resolution. Second Harvest is a main one worth considering, because that's something that will be in our hands probably and won't be something that Sin gets back. I think that a token doubler is fine. It's not going to be the main point, right? Like we're not going to say like, okay, put every single copy of Primal Vigor in the deck. We don't need that at all. Even just like one or two, right? Just to be like, hey, if you get it, that's like extra value forever now. And if not, then like, okay, you didn't really miss out on too much. You're not missing on like, 10 cards in your deck. But I think like even one or two could just be just one little spicy deck there, right? So the way I'm gonna have this broken down, chat, I'm looking at non-permanent self-mill, right? Because since we're exiling permanent cards from our graveyard at random, we need to make sure that we don't have our whole deck full of like permanent style self-mill, right? Because like we don't necessarily want an entire deck full of what's the 1 mana self-mill card? What's that creature? The zombie. It escapes me. What's his name? Citrus Supplier, right. We don't want 12 Citrus Supplier in our decks, right? Because that means that at some point, we're gonna just get a Citrus Supplier with Sin. And that's not very strong, right? Like, that part is not very powerful. As Wobbler said, we want to make sure that each use that we get out of Sin works for us and does something rather impactful. So, in order to get self-mill going on, we want non-permanent self-mill. So, with that, chat, let's dive on over to zoop. Let's dive on over to our little topic screen there, yeah? So, we want non-permanent self-mill. Alright, so, chat, before we start diving into, every single, suggestion and all that sort of stuff, I need y'all to tell me, give me some non-permanent self-mill. Non-permanent self-mill. Relic of Progenitus might filter the graveyard. Relic of Progenitus. Yeah, actually, that will be helpful later. There will be there will be a section on like how we can make sure that we filter our graveyard, right? How we filter our graveyard and make sure that only the good cards are left. And Relic of Progenitus, I think, is a pretty decent one, right? 1 mana, target player exiles a card from their graveyard. Super not bad, right? Yeah, that was not a bad one. Mulch effects are great. The problem is most of them get lands or creatures, which we want in a grave, but we have options. I mean, listen, if we mill 6 cards and we get 1 land and a creature back, that's still fine because we probably put another land and another non a non-land, a non-permanent card. That's a trap. Grave filtering is spending resources and adding a non-bow to try to break a non-bow. That's a fair take on it too. Awaken Honor Dead could be a decent even as a permanent because it has removal of any permanent. That is super fair. But right now we're just doing this one at a time. So first I want to know the non-permanent self-mill effects. Private. Tassigar is good for our graveyards filtering. Thank you very much for the follow. So in terms of mulch is one of them, right? Mulch is a good example here. So mulch is a 1 in the green sorcery that says reveal the top 4 cards of your library, put all land cards reveal this way into your hand, and the rest into your graveyard, right? This is decent. I mean, we don't want to always put lands into our hand, but at least 1 or 2 cards that do, it's not the worst possible thing. But yeah, like, this is a non-permanent spell that will mill us cards. Therefore, it won't get caught up by Spira. It'll just keep on... It'll just get the things that we want in our graveyard. Grizzly Salvage. Yeah, Grizzly's good. Ooh, yeah. Pieces of the puzzle grab spells. Is that what we want? Grizzly Salvage. Grizzly. Oh yeah, this Grizzly boy. Grizzly Salvage. Reveal the top 5 cards of your library. You may put a creature or land card among them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. Not bad for 2 mana, right? 2 mana to look at the top 5 and put 1 of those cards into our hand if we truly want it, and the rest into the graveyard. Not bad at all. Are you making a deck list for Spira? That's what we're doing right now, Astronaut. Yep. Put this guy in the other Sin in your avatar type of deck. Nice. Yes, that's what we are doing right now, Yusin. Yeah, that's what we want. Instants and sorceries to hand. Anything else to graveyard is perfect, yeah. Pieces of the puzzle. Pieces of the puzzle. Pay 3 mana, 2 in a blue, reveal the top 5 cards of your library. Put 1 or 2 instant and sorcery cards from among them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. Not bad either. Inspiration from Beyond gets spells and doesn't have to be from its own mill. Mill 3 cards and return the instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. That's inspiration from Beyond, right? Was that what you're saying? Yeah. Pay 3, mill 3, return the instant or sorcery from your graveyard to your hand. I can see that. I could see that. There's a 2 mana black spell that lets us just straight up mill 10, I don't know if we gotten past the ramp, but there's creatures that find lands on ETB are really good here. I think, personally, Jizmonkey, is that the cards that, like, what we have up here already, cards like Mulch and Grizzly Salvage, those are going to make us mill, find a land, and put into the graveyard. And then whatever creatures go to the graveyard is something that's fodder for our commander, right? So I think it's better to have Glimpse Unthinkable. Thank you. Glimpse the Unthinkable. Glimpse the Unthinkable. Sorry, what was I saying? Noxious Revival. That'll be some good reanimation. Slightly good reanimation. Glimpse the Unthinkable is the 10 mil one, right? Rakshas's Bargain is very good. Let me see. Rakshas's. Oh yeah, yeah, it has this. Oh, that's secret. Rakshas's Bargain. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. Put 2 of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. So you could, look at the top 4 at instant speed, so even on someone else's turn, and then go like, I'm gonna have that one, or nope. I'm just gonna leave this as a defense for myself. So I do think that Rakshas's Bargain is pretty good here. Zoot and Zoot. Alrighty. These are 6 good examples of cards that we're gonna want in this deck tag. So let's go over here really fast, and then we have Mulch. We got Mulch. We got Mulch. We got Grizzly Salvage. Grizzly Salvage. Was it Inspiration from Beyond? Rakshas's Bargain is very good. Yeah. Is it? I think I've tried to use it before. Glimpse the Unthinkable. Rakshas's Bargain. And then Inspiration from Beyond. Pieces of the Puzzle. Pieces of the Puzzle. Pieces of the Puzzle. Alrighty, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So, what Moxfield allows us to do, chat, Oversold Cemetery, I like. What Moxfield allows us to do in this, on the Moxfield website, which is where we're building our decks, it allows us to enable tags, right? So in order to kind of like just keep this deck flowing concise and everyone can very clearly see like the different topics that we're going to go over, we're going to tag these with the title of the topics. Let's see. So, self mill, right? It's got to be number 1 that we're going over. Non-creature self-mill. Non-creature self-mill, right? It's important that we have some non-creature self-mill in here because our opponents, when we start doing things at random, we want to be able to do more than just self-mill ourselves even harder, right? We want to start winning the game the moment our commander starts getting the self-mill train going. Oversold Cemetery. I built this as more of an ETB deck that could sack value creatures and get them back with Sin, but the mill version seems fun too. Yeah, just monkey. Like, you can do either, right? But both types of the deck, like both sides of the same coin, are making sure that the deck itself, when it gets something at random, that random does matter, right? I don't want you to randomly get just like a burglar rat because, wow, whoop-de-doo, you got a burglar rat, right? All right. Back to here. Back to here. We're still on the non-creature self-mill. Right, we're still on that. I want to know what you guys got in plan here. Non-permanent self-mill. Witherbloom command. Witherbloom command. Target player mills 3 cards, and you may return. Target player mills 3 cards, and you return a land from your hand, from your graveyard to your hand, right? And you get to choose 2. Destroy target non-creature, non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less, which you can definitely get rid of early game mana rocks with that. And then target creature gets -3/-1 until end of turn. and then target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Honestly, I don't hate it. It's not like the biggest self-mill card ever, but you get to remove someone else's Soul Ring or just other powerful, low permanent cost mana rock, you know? Resentful Revelation. So let me get this Witherbloom command. Witherbloom command is a good one. Nice job. Witherbloom. Oh no. Resentful Revelation. Yeah, this is the one with Sephiroth on it. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand and the rest back into your graveyard. And then you can flashback them, which is even better, right? Even better. He will be fun with clone effects. Which one? Our commander? Mental Note? The actual Mental Note card. Mill 2, and then draw a card. Yeah. We're going to need some incremental things like this in order to, you know, really, like, you know, get into the nitty-gritty of the deck. Dig Through Time. Dig Through Time is a good spell for us making sure that we exile the problem. Actually, I'm thinking of Swan. Thinking of Curse the Swine. But Dig Through Time does allow us to exile cards from our graveyard that we just really don't want to get. So maybe like a Dig Through Time wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. It would kind of do the job of the artifact, or pretty much any, like, you know, exile a land, exile an artifact from the graveyard. The Relic of Progenitai, if you will. Are we talking about everyone or just yourself? Everyone? Like we're building a Sin Spira's Punishment deck at the current moment. So we're talking about everybody. Everybody. Mental Note was a good one. Three more. With clones, it could just train like Garuda and go wide the whole deck if that's what we're trying to do. It's certainly not what we're trying to do. It is a odd mana cost commander. But that's like it in terms of how much it combines with something else. With Garuda. Sin exiles the original, so it can't combo in that way. That's also true. The fact that Sin exiles the original card from the graveyard does mean something. It also means that there is a card leaving our graveyard. So there is a section here for cards that, well, just like the previous Sultai clan from Tarkir, the Sultai, they liked it when things left the graveyard. Usually they'd leave the graveyard for, you know, you doing something cool, but we do need to respect some graveyards here. So Sin also doesn't mill. It mills ourselves, right? Mills ourselves. Malevolent Rumble. Malevolent Rumble. Oh, yes. Yep, another card just reprinted, or just printed for the first time in Modern Horizons? Modern Horizons 3. Pay 1 in the green, sorcery, reveal the top 4 cards of your library. You may put a permanent card from among them into your hand, put the rest into your graveyard, make an Eldrazi spawn creature with sacrifice this creature and tap. Not bad. These are, like, technically it's a pseudo mana ramp too for Malevolent Rumble. We get a little land out of it. Kind of sucks. And also a mana dork. Yeah, I like it. I like Malevolent Rumble. Breach the Multiverse. That is less about self-milling yourself and more of like a full-on win con. So we'll kind of have that in there as like one of the win cons. Just remind me about it. If that's the case, run Insidious Roots. Yeah. Insidious Roots, whenever one or more creature cards leave your graveyard, make a plant, and your tokens can tap. All creature tokens you have can tap for mana, right? So when you bring cards back with Sin, they come back as token copies of themselves. So they would be able to tap for Insidious Roots. Let's see. Whenever you one or more creatures in the graveyard, make a plant also and make them bigger. That's cool. Mission Briefing. Mission Briefing is good, yeah. Your mission, should you choose to accept it. Mission briefing. Yeah, blue, Surveil 2. You all know what Surveil is, of course, but for those of you in the back who don't know, Surveil is when you take the top X cards of your deck, and then you can either choose to put them, some of those cards into the graveyard, or keep them as is, or replace the order. That's what Surveil is. So Surveil, choose a target instant or sorcery card in my graveyard. I can cast it this turn if the spell would be put into the graveyard, exile it instead. I could do that. I think I'm just gonna... Maybe. Actually, we'll revisit that one. We'll absolutely revisit that one, because that does lead me to some questions. What else, chat? Ultimately, our creature count won't be very high, so we won't trigger roots often to steal the... Yeah, to steal as a bomb. Not wrong. Not wrong. Which also means that we can't run just like every single ritual spell, because the deck just kind of doesn't have enough creatures for that. Hey, Pappy. So, 2 more cards. 2 more non-permanent self-mill suggestions, chat. 2 non-permanent self-mill suggestions. Forbidden Alchemy? Yeah. Forbidden... Yeah, look at the top 4 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. And it also has flashback too, which is great. Shadow Prophecy. Let me see. Confounding Riddle. Let me see. Otherworldly Gaze. I know that one. That's a blue and Surveil 3. This is what? Shadow. Shadow probably see. Look at the top X cards of your library. X is the number of basic land types among lands you control. Put up to 2 of them equal to your hand and the rest of your library, rest of your graveyard. For 3 mana, it's like not my favorite form of like Chaos Warp, I guess. Although I mean, it is instant speed and Chaos Warp does. Guess it really just comes down to like domain. Is domain like a mechanic that I really want to mess around with? Typically not, Which one? Mind Grind? We do want to mind grind ourselves just at least a little bit. The TARDIS is definitely hit someone else and do the thing. That's the opponent we want. True. Esper Origins? We mean Esper Origins. Grind this. Yeah, right. Elixir of Immortality? I think that we can rely on decent enough like creatures that will just shuffle everything back in. Well, no, we don't really want that. Elixir puts your graveyard back into your deck, which normally is good, but because our commander really wants to have a graveyard and cast things for free, we can't put in our own kind of like contingency plans ways to bring back our graveyard, right? Like that's going to be someone else's job to get rid of our graveyard, so make them work for it. Yeah, that's what I want to do. What's the black? These are what are these? Yeah, what's the the giant necromancer spell. The red version of the mythic, sorry, the black version of the mythics here. Oh, start the TARDIS is Surveil 2. Is it this? Oh, start the TARDIS, yes. Start the TARDIS, 1 blue Surveil, and then draw a card. You may planeswalk. Cool. So it's 2 mana, draw 2. Oh, no, 2 mana, draw 1. After surveilling. Start the TARDIS is Surveil 2, draw 1 with Jumpstart. It does have Jumpstart, which allows us to... Yeah, okay. Alright. Breach the Multiverse. We will do Breach the Multiverse as part of the win cons of this deck, because I don't think it necessarily deals like, you know, infinite damage per se, but it does have a lot of heart, you know. We'll do start the TARDIS in here. Actually, I have all 6 here. So, Zach, Stillness in Motion, right? All right. So now that we have a couple more cards, let's switch over to this view right here. All right. So who we got here? Oh yes. Yes, I remember talking about you cards. Alright, so this is non-creature self-mill. Kind of doing same here, though. Glimpse the Unthinkable. Grizzly Salvage. I did Grizzly Salvage already. And Glimpse. Oh, no, sorry. I did all these once before. There we go. Alright, Witherbloom Command. Speaking of Witherbloom, we might as well just have the entire I don't say like the everyone got here, but it's just that, like, with us making these decks, I don't know. Let me think about that. Let me rethink about what I wanted to say. But for right now, let's do Witherbloom Command. Oh, and for Witherbloom, we probably want Beledros as well, because the lands enter tapped, so Beledros would be pretty good in here. Resentful. I know a lot of these cards, like Resentful Revelation, pieces of the puzzles look at the top 5, right? And then I see some top 4s, or, you know, the top 10 is the top 10, right? But, like, I'm seeing a lot of, like, 5s, and are there not more that might I don't know, help with the mill strat here? Mental note. Malevolent Creek. Forbidden. Forbidden Alchemy. Let's try mission briefing. Don't I have a mission briefing already? Mission briefing. Okay. Perfect. So that's 8 self-mill cards. Well, actually 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Yep. So there's 12 cards so far in the non-creature self-mill category, right? So that means that whenever our opponent attacks or enters the battlefield, we might put all of these into the graveyard, but that means that we got closer to the actual gas, right? So we do like these Stargates if you want to see more. True. Also, no cam on TikTok. Oh, you're right. I don't know what happened there. Thank you very much for mentioning that. Alrighty. So then, now that we have those in, I want to move on to the next topic, because I think that 12 non-permanent self-mill cards are pretty good. We might double back on some of these as well. Alright? Sorry, didn't finish your sentence. Wait, what? Say it again, Sebastian. New to Magic. What should I get? What should I do to get your first? If you're brand new to Magic: The Gathering, my easiest and most straightforward suggestion is download Magic: The Gathering Arena. That's the digital client of this game. The game is a cardboard, paper cards in your hand deck game first, but in order for you to be able to play on the go, just whenever the moment strikes you, then Magic: The Gathering Arena would be what I would suggest. And then after that, I would get the Cloud versus Sephiroth, kind of $20 dual package thing, and then honestly just go up from there. All right, 12 self mill. You said Stargaze. That's like a half your your deck sort of thing, or no? But we might revisit that because actually right now, chat. What I want to know from you is if you can find me, or at least help me look for any permanent self mill. Are there any permanent self mill cards that are worth the like slight non-bow that it does with our commander? Because we do need some help still self milling. Are there any creatures that are just like that worth it that allow us to like help, you know, with more self mill? What say you? In my book, there's only one even close to that. Which one? Lumra's pretty good. Yeah, I'm okay with Lumra. Lumra does okay. The only issue with Lumra, and let me put Lumra up, okay? Lumra. Lumra, Bella of the Woods, not a bad creature, right? Power and substance equal to the number of lands you control, and when she enters, you mill for, then return all lands from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. That is really good. And even just getting a copy of Lumra back would be kind of sick, actually. Shark Typhoon was nuts. It actually puts itself in the grave. True, you could cycle Shark Typhoon real early before like you have any creatures and things in the graveyard. But yeah, Lumra, Bella of the Wilds. I do like this card for us. 6 mana star. Power toughness equal to the number of lands you control. When Lumra enters, mill 4 and then return all land cards from the graveyard to the battlefield tapped. And we're gonna be doing some self mill here, so I'm excited to see Lumra hit the fray. Not mill, but obviously Muldrotha. That is not mill. We will get to private for now. We will get to like just kind of value creatures that play with the whole graveyard aspect. But I do like Muldrotha. Muldrotha's inclusion is not lost on me. But I just want any permanent cards that are worth the self-mill ability that they bring. What about the Green Cavalier? Pretty sure I spelled that wrong. Perfect. The Green Cavalier. Cavalier of Thorns, a 5 mana 5/6 with reach. When this creature enters, look at the top 5, put a land from among them, and then the rest into the graveyard. When this creature dies, you may exile it. If you do, put another legendary... put another target card from your graveyard on top of your library. You know? Yeah. I think that's pretty reasonable. Like, yeah, you know, it's not like Glimpsy and Thinkable where he's milling 10 cards, but like, you know, take your top 4 or your lowest 4. And also this one is just for how cool they look. Mesmeric Orb. Mesmeric Orb is a permanent spell that does it, but it's definitely okay, so the thing about Mesmeric Orb, and this is one of the things that I've kind of come more and more to the conclusion to in Commander, is that like this deck itself, right? Spira, like look over at Spira. Spira's point is for you yourself to mill good cards and then get those good cards onto the battlefield for basically free, right? Mesmeric Orb does mill everyone for every untapped, you know, every time they untap a permanent, but there's a heavy chance that you end up just helping out the graveyard player, right? By doing Mesmeric Orb. If Mesmeric Orb only affected you, that'd be one thing, right? But now that it affects all of your opponents as well, we don't necessarily want that. If Muldrotha could grab spells, that would be great. Is there not a Muldrotha variant that can drag non-creature spells or something like that? You're multi-streaming? I thought it was crazy. No, yeah, you're not. Well, you might be crazy, but not for that reason at the very least. If you mill Mesmeric Orb and get it back with Sin, that's so terrible. It's not very good. It's not very good. And that's why we want to like make sure that we're looking at the certain saying on like the topics here, right? Like, okay, let's find permanent self mill because we either might find some good ones or some real big stinkers. And so far we've just found only 2 good ones. Lear grabs instants and sorceries, but also turns off counter magic, which is rough. Well, yeah, and Lear also doesn't do much for our commander, right? Because our commander can't hit instants and sorceries anyway. So Overlord, yeah, Overlord. Spawn more overlords. Overlord of the Bailmark, right? When this permanent enters or attacks mill 4, then you may return a non-average creature from your hand. Okay. Which one's this? This is number 3. That's mental note. Overlord of the Bailmark, right? This is a creature way of doing it, but that's what we're trying to do. Ripples of Undeath, yep. Ripples of Undeath. What am I? Ripples of Undeath, yeah. At the beginning of your first main phase, you mill 3 cards, so this is like some good incremental mill. But if there is a card that you know that you need, then you can pay 1 to put one of those, to take one of those cards out of the graveyard, so they don't even hit it really. So I like Ripples of Undeath. That's a good one. That is a good one. There we go. Ripples of Undeath, Overlord of the Bailmark. I feel like Ripple's still good because it mines get bah. This is so many permanents. 4? Summon Titan. Ooh, that is a good one. Is there not like a Summon Titan's a good one. Mill 5 and then put like return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. I mean, that's pretty good. Pretty good. Are we making a commander or standard deck? We're making a commander deck, OCD Evan. We want the permanents to be the payoffs, not the setup. Exactly. That's super fair, right? So, like, Summon Titan is still absolutely building up to it, right? The mill 5 and then return all land cards, like, back. It's pretty, It's not my favorite thing, that's for sure. We want the permits to be we're now pushing half our payoffs being a devoted setup. Yes. You have a have you strong Thespian. Strong the Brutish Thespian, a 6-mana 7/7 mutant berserker that has Ward 2 and a merge. Whenever Strong is dealt damage, you get 3 rad counters and 3 +1/+1 counters on Strong. You gain life rather than lose life from radism. Well, pretty far from Strong, the Brutish Thespian. He's pretty good, but he's not milling actively enough, right? We want permanents, blah, blah, blah. Fascination? Each player draws X cards, or each player mills X cards. So the reason that we don't want to do each player is because our deck only cares about us milling, right? Like 12,000 other people could mill all at the same time, and our deck doesn't care. It's about us milling and what we get out of it. And just playing more Magic recently, it's like I've taken out all of the things that like incidentally help your opponent, or at least as much as I can, right? So for Fascination, for each player to mill, I mean, it's only going to be X for so much, right? Not going to be 100. And if that charges up a Voltron deck, that's something that I didn't want to do, right? Not at the cost of, Not at the cost of this mana. No, no, no. We can still make cards from here. Make cuts from here. Yeah. I remember when you said the category was 1 or 2. Oh, it's fine. Not sure if anyone showed you this, but look at the collect. Oh, collect evidence is something that we could do. I do like collect evidence in terms of a way to thin our graveyard once we kind of put like a lot of cards in it. But we're still in the process of making sure we are labeling like enough cards that are where we have permanent self-mill, right? So are there 2 more creatures that are really, really good at making you mill yourself? Arden the Usurper, that's a brand new guy. He do be expensive. I think he fits more in the, you know, big value creatures department, but not necessarily the how do we self-mill ourselves department. Tato Farmer? Tato. Put target land, landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, you get 2 rad counters. Not bad. Not bad. Whenever a land you can, yeah. Don't put target land card for 2 mana in a graveyard that was milled this turn onto the battlefield under your control tapped. What? It's pretty strong. We did Titan Saga. Yep, we did Titan Saga. 6 in Taval. Taval. I like both actually. I like that. 6. Hair getting in my mouth. We have 6. So 6 here, everyone, is 6 is a 3 mana 2/4 legendary creature with Tree Folk with reach. Whenever 6 attacks, mill 3 cards. You may put a land card from among them into your hand. Right? So he doesn't do anything on ETB, but when attacking, you mill 3, which is good if you can have that happen multiple times, right? And then just some random land card just is yours now. You know? I'm okay with Retrace. And what was the last one? Taval. Or no. Taval self-mills. Taval, I would say it's probably the balanced scale, right? Taval, the balanced scale. 4 mana, 4/4 Spirit Dragon with flying. Whenever Taval attacks, mill 3 cards. Then you may return a land to your battlefield tapped. And whenever 2 or more cards leave, your graveyard, create a 2/2 zombie druid. So one thing to note here is that say like Taval's on your battlefield, right? And say your commander comes out and you go to the end step. You will shuffle up your opponent's graveyard, right? I would take all like the permanent cards out, and then what was it? Whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, right? So even if you roll the die wrong and you get a land, 1, you keep on going until you hit a non-land, and 2, that means he triggers. Whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, that counts as our commander, Sin, exiling the card, right? So Tival's gonna have to play around with that. Turn 1, skip, land drop, self-discard a huge creature. Turn 2, 1 land, reanimate. Turn. Hey, I've done the same thing. Thanks you for my likes. Appreciate it. 3, dominate. Undercity Informer is really strong. Let me see. Is that the other? Undercity Informer. 3 mana, 2/3 with pay 1, sacrifice a creature. Target player reveals cards from the top of their library until they reveal a non-land card. And then put. Ooh, wow. Put those cards into a purse or graveyard. That is pretty grim. But I do like that card, right? I always thought that the best form of mill, at least as far as I was concerned, was the their opposites attract, meet cute sort of thing. Meet in the middle of casting a bunch of spells. Reveal. Yeah. Mill until you mill a land. You can target yourself to mill until you mill a land. That's very strong. Very, 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 very strong. We did summon Titan. Mill goes super hard. Autumn Bloom. Let me add this one really fast. Annual Golem. Autumnal. Autumnal Gloom. 3 mana enchantment. 2 in a green, and then pay a black. Put the top card of your library into your graveyard. Right? So like mill off of the black. At the beginning of your end step, if there are 4 or more card types among cards in your graveyard, transform. I do like that art. Art's real cool. That's really cool. Hedron Crab works too. Hedron Crab does make us mill ourselves if we target ourselves. But yeah, so I think this is a pretty decent mark for permanent self mills. So any of these cards, even if we were to, you know, cut everything down, make it super concise, and it's, you know, it's 90% non-creature cards being, you know, non-permanent self-mill cards. That's going to be the larger portion of our deck. But permanent self-mill cards, like you see here, they're one-ofs, you know, it's commander, but like even by itself, Lumara does game-changing amounts of damage. Taval does game-changing and very consistent amounts of damage. Yeah, that's why we chose these 6, and we're going to kind of stop here in terms of the self-mill target. So let's go over to Moxfield and make sure that we add this. I got Lumra. Belle of the Woods. Cavalier of Thorns. Ripples of Undeath. Bale Merc. And 6, and then Taval. Taval, the balance scale. Alrighty. No duplicates. We got 19 cards in the deck, which means that we have a lot more to go, right? I do have topics for all of us as we go through this one at a time. But if anyone does chime in with like a really, really good suggestion, I'll listen to it. Cemetery Tampering. That's pretty good. I like Cemetery Tampering. I'm running Zavala as a commander with some minor upgrades and this well-tuned precon. It's very, very well-tuned. I'd love to play against this sometime. How do you feel about the crawling enchantments? What do you mean? Forever Young and Graveyard would be good if you wanted to take away the possibility of a bad hit. Yeah. Dread Return is good. It's a nice little tutor to put into the graveyard, right? It's, well... Dread Return? What's the... Let me see. Crawling enchantments? Which one's crawling? Crawling Infestation, crawling, I don't think the crawlings work as well as this one. Big ups, hello. Victimize. Ooh, Victimize. Let me check that really fast. Oh, that's like what, mill half their deck, right? Mill half someone's deck. It just makes Sin, Spira's Spira's punishment very difficult. If we do put half of our deck into our graveyard, then our commander is just gonna get like the weakest thing, like almost guaranteed. Maddening Cacophony. Let's see, 2 mana, mill 8, and then kicker. Wow. I mean, that's pretty good. I'm not too mad about this card. Not too mad at all. Titan's Nest, we have Titans. Pillar of the Woods, yes. Head Shredder, that'll be next. So, chat, we've discussed enough about the non-permanent self-mill cards and the permanent self-mill cards, right? We don't want to go for Mesmeric Ore because that might help everyone else when all the milling that we're doing is only to us, right? So it needs to benefit us. So right now, I want to go over just creatures that have the most valuable output in this deck, right? So start thinking while I add these. Creature. This is the creature-based win cons here. Non-creature self-mill. Join us. Yep, okay. Creature-based win cons, right? So Lumra, Cavalier of Thorns, Saval. These are all cards that just love it when they themselves are going to put a lot of the lands back into from our graveyard to our deck, which is fine because now that we just get to focus more on making sure the right creature cards are out earlier. Bro, you're going to make me pull your Tavalda? Hey, listen. Bruvac, Grand Eloquent. You need multiple... Oh! Maybe the Eloquent. I don't know, actually. Meyer Triton, that actually is a good one, too. I do like Meyer Triton, actually. I know that we were kind of done with... Meyer Triton is still pretty good because, like, even if we get Meyer... I keep saying it wrong. Meyer Triton, even if it dies and it comes back from our commander just randomly getting it, it's still like an indestructible, sorry, a death touch creature, you know? Meyer Triton, there we go. Shigeki. Oh god, Shigeki. Yeah, we'll double back around for Shigeki, but yeah, right now let's go for the. Swap back over here. The next topic that we have, Chatterinos, is going to be, let's see, insane value creatures, right? So, on this episode of Chat, show me all of the insane value creatures. So, the most powerful thing about Sin is that if we manipulate things correctly, we get very strong, very powerful, game-ending permanents into play just because Sin exists, right? Exists and gets to attack, right? So let's make sure that the cards in our deck are good. We have 14 self-mill cards, and we have just merely 4 we have 4 creature ones, right? So, like, we can fill the rest of our deck out with actual things that help us win, right? Scarab God is premium. Scarab God actually does sound pretty good, yeah. Our control tools put their creatures in the game. We ramp out through, yep, Scarab God, not bad. Deathrite Shaman, that is, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's literally nothing wrong with the Deathrite Shaman. At all. Yeah. Deathrite Shaman's, like, actually pretty goated. Especially if you can, I mean, you just get to remove things from people's graveyards, including yourself sometimes. Scarab God's Premium, Deathrite Shaman, thank you very much for the follow. We want small utility permanents. It helps control Sin. It does help control Sin, yeah. Shinra Reinforcement. Okay, so Shinra Reinforcements lets you mill 3 and you gain 3 life or something, but that's kind of like it, right? Like, Shinra Reinforcements, yeah, a 3 mana 2/3 when it when it enters, mill 3 cards and you gain 3 life. That's not very good. That's not like commander deck worthyable for sure. Underrealm Lich. Under. Tamio Collective of Tales, good protection, and I like to return target non-permanent back to my hand. Tamio Collector of Tales, huh? Underrealm Lich. Ooh, yes. I like Underrealm Lich a lot. So, still to this day, like my favorite Golgari card. So, Underrealm Lich, you can see right here, is a 5 mana 4/3. If you would draw a card, instead look at the top 3 in your library, put 1 into your hand and the rest into the graveyard. And you can also pay for life to make it indestructible, right? Both are great options, but really it's that top ability that lets us pick and choose what we're drawing next, right? Without any sort of cost. Tyvar Jubilant Brawler. Tyvar Jubilant. As long as you can activate abilities, haste. Our commander doesn't have that. Untap up to 1 target creature. Commander doesn't necessarily. I mean, looks like it's fine. Mill 3 cards. You have to return a creature card mana value 2 or less from graveyard battlefield. I like Tyvar actually. It's a planeswalker, but I always seem to keep in the Final Fantasy decks. The Tyvar. If you, we can do something with Tyvar here. If you, if I have 2 creatures in the grave and I want to eat but half of them, can the creature don't want. I don't know where I you know what, I tried to read it and I just get completely lost. I'm so sorry, bud. Powerless. Or you can mill Deathrite Shaman and waste a Sin hit. I mean, sometimes that does happen. I don't want, like, the whole deck won't be full of mana dorks. That's something that we're gonna leave to mana ramping, and we do have ramp like on the docket to talk about, right? Just to be able to say like, hey, instead of running Llanowar Elves, because you could waste an entire, you know, trigger on your commander, we're gonna run Rampant Growth and 3 visits and things like that in order to have our ramp package here. So we don't actually, yeah, we'll probably take out Deathrite Shaman because we actually won't use them that much. Gerard, Golgari Lichlord. Lichlord's pretty good. I do like Gerard. Here, we'll remove it right here. I do like that one. We just gotta make sure that the cards in the deck are kind of worth it, which I think they will be. X-Death Void Warlock. X-Death was pretty okay. 1 green black for a 3/3 Spirit Warlock. When X-Death enters, you gain 3 life, and at the beginning of your end step, if there are 6 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, transform X-Death into Neo X-Death Dimensional Ruin, a star 3 with trample. Power is equal to the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. Permanent cards. Well, we actively take away permanent cards from our graveyard, or like on purpose. Actually, like that's like what we do. So no, X-Death would not be good here. Coma Cosmos Serpent controls games. Yeah, that's Cosmos Serpent. Can't be countered, make 3/3s. Does that help our plan at all? I mean, the fact that we just get a coma is pretty strong. And we got it without having to, like, you know, we just traded for it. Let's see. Oh, that's coma. We need 1 more. Ran Elven Chorus in your creatures, turning the mana dorks and splunking. I do like splunking. The Warring Triad. Gojo Master Mimicry. Copy your Sin ability 2 to 3 times. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. I have to add a go-go clause to commander decks going forward, because like I'm the type of person who's just like, listen, go-go, obviously it works with a ham sandwich. It can probably win you any single game that you want. So much so that's not even really worth talking about. If you have a go-go and you're in blue and you have triggers, I mean, yeah, dude, like go for it, like 100%. You don't even need my help for that. Just do it. All right. Whirring Triad. Yeah. Millicard. I don't really care too much for this card here, actually. Archmages of Ruins is less pressure than we want, but we want a ton of spells to trigger it. Sin shrinks as death. True. How optimized is deck supposed to be? Powerless. So the goal is not necessarily to be like hyper optimized. I'm not saying like, hey guys, we're building a bracket 4, bracket 5. Nor am I going like, hey guys, this is for you to only play against precons because it's not too great. The goal of this deck, and all of my deck techs, right? The goal of all of these deck techs is to make. Sorry, can't. The goal of all of my deck techs is to look at Sin, right? You look at Sin and go, okay, I see what the abilities are over here. We've looked at and analyzed what the text on the card is saying, you know, what Magic is saying. Hey, we made this card so that you would explore this in Magic, so that your deck can do something new by doing this in Magic. So it is optimized to be like synergistic, right? Like every card will have some level of synergy or like helping you get to the point of what your commander's trying to do. And I think that leads this deck, or most all of these decks, will always be like around the bracket 3 range. I do believe that they're definitely more involved than precons, but a 4 they are not. Because we're not kind of like really going super stringent about the mana base and all that sort of stuff. I'm just laying forward to you, hey, I think that this will be a cool Sin deck, and when you beat your opponents, they'll feel like they lost to a Sin deck and not just like salt high value. Honestly, Go-Go isn't great here because of how much setup and mana it demands. You can easily tap out and cast Sin, get one trigger, then Sin dies before your next turn. I mean, also true. You're on Ragda, and ooh, I do like Ernest. Well, the one thing about Taval... Oh! Kisla Skimmer? Kishla Skimmer. Kishla Skimmer is also... It's actually from the Sultai deck. But this is like a 2-drop that at least draws you a card when your commander is doing like the thing, right? Like even if your commander only did it like once that turn on ETB, like something left your graveyard. At least one thing did, and Kishla Skimmer is going to draw you a card for it. Second Harvest will break Sin. I believe it. Sir Conrad. Sir Conrad is pretty good here. Sir Conrad. Let me just make sure that's like a fair. Sir Conrad the Grim. Colossal Grave Reaver. We will do the Colossal as well. Let me do that right now, actually. Grave Reaver. I'm just typing on Scryfall and getting it. So yeah, Colossal Grave Reaver I think is just like an objectively good Golgari card in all ways, shapes, and form, because it's just it's just so good. It's a really, really good card. It's a really, really good card. So safely a 3 without game changers? Yeah, I guess you could say that. The only time that we would run into game changers, like on purpose, is just because like the decks themselves are asking for this game changer, right? That's more. We're not going out of our way to say like, hey guys, let's put in 5 game changers so it hits this certain metric and stuff. It's like, hey, if you know this card just if Rhystic Study really worked with this deck, right? Like if your commander said like, hey, every time you draw a card, do, you know, like exile at random from your graveyard, do a thing. If that was what the text on Sin said, then I'd say like, hey, run Rhystic Study, because it's just every time you draw a card, right? Like that's really, really strong. But I'm definitely not saying just run Rhystic Study in this version of this deck, because it doesn't have any synergy with what our deck is doing, right? It would just like, you know, add to the power or whatever, but not really the cohesion. All right. let's add these cards before we move on. I just want to add these to the Moxfield list that we have going on so far. Grave Reaver. Grave Reaver, Gerard, Gulgari, Lich Lord, Underrealm Lich, Tyvar, Jubilant Brawler, Kishla, and then Coma. Alright, so the first thing we went over was non-creature self-mill. The next thing we went over was creature-based, like, win cons, or I just really want to say just, like, value creatures, right? But, I mean, you know, these are pretty straightforward for us. And then this is, just, what did we say? It was, insane value creatures. So, these are creatures where, like, hey, when you get them back with your commander, like, the game starts really going in your favor, right? So, insane value. Insane value. I do really like Underrealm Lich. Lumra is insane value creature. Lumra is an insane value creature here for sure. Oh crap! I need to change the tag really fast to 3 because this is the third one that we're talking about here. That's not what I typed. Oh. Insane value. Number 3. It's alright. I spent so much time last night making sure I had this order right, and then I flub it up. This is an insane value, but like it's just kind of decent. It's not really even worth tagging right now. Okay. Whose commander are you building for? We're building for Sin over there. You see Sin, Spira's Punishment. You can also add Overlord of the Hauntwoods. Overlord of the Hauntwoods gives us lands. Doesn't necessarily do like the mill thing. It is a big, giant, floating, not indestructible, big flying, enchantment creature. But Sir Conrad fits perfectly. Yeah. Sir Conrad the Grim, and getting him back with insane value is pretty cool. It's the Sultai Sin. Have you checked out the enchantment Out of the Tombs? We haven't yet. That would go on, let's see, Out of the Tombs. I know that's like a Necron card, right? Let's see, Out of the Tombs. At the beginning of your upkeep, put 2 Eon counters on Out of the Tombs. Then mill cards equals the number of Eon counters on it. That's a lot of mill. That's non-creature self-mill. Alright, what else? Do you have Head Shredder? No, we don't. I mean, our commander does what Head Shredder will kind of end up doing. In a way, right? Like, our commander does say, like, hey, shuffle your lands and the rest of your non-permanent cards together, and then put one of them into play, and if one of them is a land, like, you keep on going. Like, we kind of already do a little bit of that. Do you have a command for the quiver purchases? I don't see a link below. I think my current chat bot is down right now, Powerless, but if you use code Kuro on the Quiver Time website, which I highly recommend, Quiver Time is my favorite, my absolute favorite card accessory carrying brand. So yeah, you get some percentage off if you use code Kuro just at their website. That goes for everyone. Does not fit perfectly. Our creature counts is low. This is also true. That's also fair, Wobbler. We still have more to talk about because we're at 30 cards right now, so there's still a lot more to go. I hate that a graveyard exile spell just wrecks his whole strat without counterplay. Do you have other? It doesn't entirely. It doesn't entirely. Like, listen, Legacy or Leyline of the Void will hurt. Don't get me wrong, but it's not the only thing that like will be there. Everyone, thank you very much for the follows. Hermit Druid. Ooh, Hermit Druid is good here. Yeah. Didn't I just type in? Oh. Incremental mill means that we're not pulling all of our eggs in one basket. We have access to every kind of permanent removal, and we counter graveyard hate. True. That is true. One way to counter graveyard hate is just playing slowly, right? Like, we don't traumatize half of our deck into the graveyard. We play a card like Mire Triton, you know? Anyway. So let's see. We covered... Where's my pen? Where's my pen, chat? Yeah, permanent self-mill, boop. Permanent self-mill, insane value creatures. There's more value creatures that we can get also, I think. So let's go back to this page here. All right, and I need more insane value creatures because I think that there's a lot more here. I need creatures that say like, hey, when I get to the battlefield, and the fact that you put this on the battle, and it's not just creatures, it's just permanent, right? Yeah, permanent card at random. So a permanent that makes us win the game, right? Like if our commander enters or attacks and we shuffle, we do the lottery, and then boom, we get this permanent in, it's almost game over. That's the type of stuff that we need to make sure that we're putting in this commander deck, because that's what our commander allows us to do. Let's see. Gotta throw Buster Sword in there? We really don't. We really don't. Portal to Phyrexia? Portal to Phyrexia absolutely does it, right? Like, Portal to Phyrexia is, I mean, this is already a game-changing, you know, in like a good way, right? Like, this is already a card that almost makes people just go like, okay, yeah, we can't beat that, and then just concede to Portal to Phyrexia. So being able to get that at random from your commander, 100%. Hey, thank you very much for oh my gosh, commander number 49. What happened? I have missed out on a lot of things, but thank you very much. And Fisher Magic also came by for the raider. Appreciate that as well. Thank you very much for joining the command zone. Have you made a mono green commander deck? No, I have not. I have yet to find a mono green commander that actually speaks to me. The rest, they disgust me. How about Fang from Final Fantasy? That is actually... So, Fang from Final Fantasy, much like the Kishla Skimmer, they serve dual purposes of, hey, this is a decent early game creature, and your commander doing its thing lets you draw a card and all that. It will suck when we shuffle... It will suck when we shuffle our commander for its ability, and then we just get, like, a Fang out of it. That part would suck. Ulamog the Defiler, right? Yeah, so we can look at the Eldrazi. Ooh. Hate to turn, like, another blue-green X deck into just, like, more Eldrazi, but, I mean, it does work. He said Ulamog the Defiler, yeah? Okay, let's see. Ulamog the Defiler. So, a 10-mana 7/7, when you cast a spell, target opponent exiles half their library rounded up. And we won't get to the cast part because, you know, just put it directly into play. Ulamog the Defiler enters the battlefield with a number of +1/++ encounters on it equal to the greatest mana value among cards in exile. Okay. Ulamog has Annihilator X, where X is the number of +1/++ encounters on it. Yeah, that would do it. That would be pretty bad. If we just got that... Oops, aren't I just a stinker? I just happen to have this Ulamog the Defiler, you know, just come to play for free. It's fine. It's fine. Would love some tips. I've never played... Oops, sorry, hold on. Let me catch up to what your chat said. Do you... Someone said that they were new, that they would want some tips. Whoever said that you want some tips, just say it again because it got lost in my chat. Vayne, crudest soldier, what? Phyrexian Obliterator. What about Worldbreaker? Worldbreaker would kill our stuff, which is not really what we want. Reaver Titan is a sleeper. Reaver Titan. Oh, yeah. Reaver Titan is from Warhammer 40k. This is another big boy that, you know, ETBs already does a lot, right? And then now, on top of all of that, he swings with a 10-10. Proc power 3. Or mana value 3 or less. Would love tips. Never played before. Bought Miracle Worker Commander as your first deck. Excited. Hey, created by Jack. Congratulations. I actually have that deck in one. I actually have that deck upgraded in one of my many decks. I think that's a really, really good one for you. If you would like to see the pinnacle, the Kurohitsuki pinnacle of that design, I have a deck list right here for you. Where'd you go? There you go. Oops. Sorry, chat. Just getting this deck list really fast for someone who was looking for it. All right, there you go. Put it in there. But yeah, that's the Aminatu deck that I have. I think it's really good. Toxrill, eat their boards. Toxrill would also be sweet. A Shieldred would be cool. A Toxrill would be cool. The other Shieldred would be cool. Jin-Gitaxias. Guys, we can put Jin-Gitaxias in here, too. We could put Jin-Gitaxias. Any of them, right? I know that this one is technically a game changer, but personally, I don't think it is. But like, yeah, we could put in Jin-Gitaxias just simply because it's just like the luck of the, or I guess misfortune, luck of the dice for our opponents. Apex Altisaur, eat their board, but like, as with Horror true. Omniscience, Jake Elliott, we could do Omniscience, right? And it just got banned, so it'll be like even cheaper. Okay. Omniscience, yeah. We could put Omniscience into our graveyard from a mill, and then we could just... boom. Like, yeah, alright. GG's. Death Touch Poison counter deck. Oh... Death Touch Poison counter deck? Wait, what? Which one, Firewolf? We'll love that. Yeah, there you go. Tell me if you got the list. Apex Altisaur is good. What about Omniscience? That's very good. That one is a game changer. Yeah, or yes, Omniscience is a game changer. That's okay by me. Omniscience is like kind of already a good card. It just got banned in another format, so it'll be down soon enough. I'm okay with kind of saying like, hey, sometimes you could random into just infinite upward momentum there, you know? Can you please look at Vayne, Crude Soldier? Vayne. Yeah, Finn the Fangbearer. Laboratory Maniac if you're doing mill. We're not doing mill to that regard, right? Because, again, look at our commander. Our commander just says, like, hey, there's permanents in your graveyard. Shuffle them up and exile to make a token of one, right? If we hit a land, we just keep on going until we don't hit a land. In terms of Laboratory Maniac, it's like we're not actually trying to self-mill. We're trying to basically cheat creatures that are way too strong into play randomly, you know? That's the main thing here. Laboratory Maniac, mill. Skithrix the Blight Dragon. We could do Skithrix. Yeah. Get that Kishla here. Yeah, I mean, we absolutely could do Skittles. I did not get this list. Was it the DM? Oh, here's another one. There you go. Aminatu list. Good afternoon, Honey Badger. No, Jin is a game changer. Yeah, yeah, Jin is a game changer, and it's fine. I could do the other Jin where he counters the first spell as well. I mean, we could be goofy with it if you really want. Like, I'm okay with it. Archon of Cruelty, that is... Yeah, people really do like Archon of Cruelty. I, like, don't. Archon of Cruelty. Mothman by himself is not a big enough creature. Like, a physically... I'm going to end the game because I got here in time sort of the commander there. Kodama of the East Tree, Jeskai Sky Turtle. Ooh, man, we've thrown them out, chat. I really like this suggestion, chat. Thank you so much. Archon of Cruelty is just fine. Kodama of the East Tree. We're not doing +1/+1 counters like that. Modify. Colossal Sky Turtle. We could a little bit more protection on Sin, as well as a big giant turtle. Sure. Sky. No. I forgot that one. That blue-green one. Kind of didn't do anything but discount himself, so we cheated back out. Oh, are we talking about, well, really anything. Love that dang turtle. What's it called? Colossal Turtle, right? So much utility. East Tree, not West Tree. East Tree. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that's a good one. That's a good one, right? So Kodama of the East Tree, 4 green for a 6/6 spirit with reach, always good, right? Whenever another permanent enters the battlefield under your control, if it wasn't put onto the battlefield with this ability, so the ability of Kodama, you may put a permanent card from your hand with equal or lesser converted mana value from your hand onto the battlefield. So you could just that's really good. That's good to combine with your commander. Like, super good. Hey, Synergy, how you doing? Blue-green turtle. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Civ 6 ceremony or something like that. Let me see. First, let's add this Kodama. Okay. So this is what we have here. Let's go over to the Mox field. Let's go over to the Mox field. Not that one. This one. Alright, so let me add the cards that we've just been talking about for the past little bit. So we have Ulamog. The Defiler. Reaver Titan. I like this Jenga Taxis, and I like that we just get to put it into play. We make it everyone's problem. Omniscience. Blight Dragon and East Tree. Alrighty, so these cards here. Let's see. Okay, so these are, what do we call these, right? Because sorry, I know I lost track. I was trying to figure out. So what do we call these, right? Because like these other ones here, these creatures here are just like value creatures, right? Like if we get an Underrealm Lich out for whatever reason, anytime we draw, we like filter 3, right? Coma, I mean, Coma's like a pretty powerful whatever you need them to be at the time. Same with Lumra and Sir Conrad is just straight big chillin', but will be responsible for a lot. And then Colossal Grave Reaver is just one of the best green, black, and especially blue cards they've made in a while. As we mill ourselves, we just skip all that middleman stuff and just say, hey, boom, creature now. So yeah, insane value creatures versus creature-based win con. Creature-based win con. Okay. Non-creature. No, it's non-creature self-mill. Yeah, okay. Alright, self-mill for non-creature self-mill. Let's see, add these. Sorry, I know I'm like kind of focused on, yeah, insane value creature here. Oops, what did I just do? Fuck. Change tags, mill. That's what it is. Sorry. I'm just trying to make sure that all this lines up. Because it's a global tag. Alrighty. Value. Value permanent. Okay. There we go. I just wanted to make sure that I did all of this for us. Una, Queen of the Fae. I like Mikaeus Unhallowed. Una, Queen of the Fae, I'm not the biggest fan of. Especially because we're trying to just mill ourselves, right? Cemetery Tampering. There will be creatures in our grave. In our... Dex? Maybe. How much? I know Civ 6 Ceremony, someone said, but like as soon as the creature gets cast, it like dies and turns into a zombie. And then I guess for like you can at random exile to get it back, but that's a lot. That's a lot to rely on. Just call them Recipe for Success, yeah, right? Apex Altasaur, you're the second, I think third person to mention Apex Altasaur. Skull Prophet. So one thing that we don't want to have too many of is small creatures, right? Because our commander lets us randomly get a permanent card back from our graveyard, right? So we don't want to have too many like 1 or 2 mana dorks because that increases the chance that we don't chase. It means that we'll waste our entire get a random card on Sin's either ETB or attack. We'll waste it by just putting like a Llanowar Elf there, you know? Is it better to just run board wipes and 2 to 3 mana value creatures? So, again, Spira doesn't whiff? That's a fair question, right? So, do we want to still control the board through, you know, board wipes and all that sort of stuff? Even though, clearly, you know, we're I mean, our commander needs to survive, and then everything else just kind of happens around it. And then he just says, oh, wow, that's crazy. So I'm going to randomly get this Archon of Cruelty. You're going to have to get over it. Oversold Cemetery, I'm not the super biggest fan of. It does take cards out of the graveyard when we kind of need it, though. Phyrexian Delver. 5 mana ETB, resurrected creature, lose life equals to its value. Ooh. True creature based win conditions. Okay. What else? Next topic here. All of our permanents should be huge. We're in black. We have tons of small stuff. Hate board wipes. We love board wipes. We do love board wipes, right? Gaze of Granite is the single best card in the deck. What? So we can destroy. Well, no. The token copy that we make is a copy even with the value. So that would be really strong. Gaze of Granite. Yeah, we can add Gaze of Granite for like the interaction section. Keep hitting enter. Single best card in the deck. Okay. Ren the Realm Breaker. We'll need mana fixing, not hard. Malakir Rebirth. Toxrill for funsies. I mean, listen, Toxrill could absolutely be for funsies if we're just trying to make sure that the game ends, you know? That's entirely possible. Hazel's Brewmaster. I think you need to pay X into that. Archon of Cruelty we have already. This is a deck that can happily run 10 board wipes and still have a smile on your face. Damn! You singing his praises right now. Glazing it up. I gotta get some more water, chat. I am thirsty. So we're gonna take just like the quickest of breaks here. No, it's 3 black and no. Oh, really? Huh? No, I did not know that. Okay. Insane value creatures. Yeah. So let me run to the bathroom and also get a refill on my water here, chat. Next, like when we come back, we're gonna mention a couple token doublers that you can put in this deck because remember, our commander does quite literally make a token copy of a card, so it'll be fine. It's just like giant, it's just like a huge creature, so don't token double too close to the sun. All right, chat. I'll be right back. Okay. Don't go too far, okay? And Equinox, we're building Sin, Spira's Punishment. All right, chat. I'll be right back. Thank you very much, all, especially on TikTok, for all the roses, and I have no idea what the rest of those things are. And chat, for the rest of you for being here, giving all these really, really good suggestions. I think we're on a good path, right? We have 38 cards so far. Again, we have non-creature self-mill. So that means that these are 15 cards that even if they were all in our graveyard, they would not make our commander mess up, right? Our creature-based win cons is basically like these big beefy lads. And the Mire Tritons who love them. But yeah, like a Jenga Taxes getting out is pretty huge. Archon of Cruelty. Skithrix, Ulamog the Defiler, and there's other Ulamogs in just Eldrazi, right? Just in general that are like don't have those abilities. Underrealm Lich. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. All right, chat. I'll be right back. Okay, let me get some water. 40 lands? Nah. I mean, I don't do less than 38 now. It's like the new deck philosophy. Nah. We could do 38 lands. You're gonna windfall people when you get Jin out and handlock people? I mean, I might. Shit, bitch, I might. Some of the Titans have, yes, a lot of the Eldrazi Titans are, when you cast them, they do X, Y, and Z. So that you are very, very true that some of them are, are way more geared to the casting triggers, especially with Eldrazi, versus actually being Actually being healed up. Trigger, 40 lands? 40 plus lands? We're only self-milling so much. And we're using cards like Mulch. Like, that'll mill cards and put a land into our... Whatever. Chat. Again, be right back. Okay. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. And I need to stand up. I haven't did this in a second. Alrighty. I need to stand. We need to enter stand mode. Activate my stand. Standing desk chat. Highly recommend. Change your life. Okay. Whew. Let's lock in, baby. So where were we? So where we were last, we have Sin, Spira's Punishment, 7 mana, 7/7, flying. Whenever Sin attacks or enters, exile a permanent card from your graveyard at random, then create a tapped token that is a copy of that card. If the exiled card is a land card, repeat the process, right? So it's just like if you hit a land, you keep on going. We will at some point have like so many extra lands entering because of our commander that I don't think we have to worry too much about cards like Head Shredder, right? Like our commander is gonna hit the Head Shredder, or is gonna hit the land, so we don't need to put Head Shredder in because like our commander's just gonna get it. It'll be fine. All right. Entomb Reanimation Package. That is one way. Yeah, selective graveyard entry. Damn, this camera's real zoomed in, huh? Like real zoomed in. Let me just back that up a bit. Shit. Damn, back up. Back up. All right. Okay, so we found some good value permanents. Some of these are definitely just like, hey, listen, if I got this into play for free, completely outside of your control, I mean, how do you beat me? Good luck. You know, that's pretty on brand. What's your plan to stall the game until you get up to 7 CMC? Gonna run things like Tangle Wire? Um, this is like a bracket 3 sort of thing. Like we're kind of mad chillin', to be honest. We're kind of like, honestly, we're kind of mad chillin'. So we'll have like interaction basically, right? Like removal, counter spells. Like, yeah, listen, Gaze Granite will do a lot of work, but like, yeah, like we'll slow people down. We'll interact with them, you know, a little bit with either creatures or ideally non-creature things, right? Like I would rather a kill spell than a Ravenous Chupacabra, because I don't want to roll the dice and get a Chupacabra and not a Jin-Gitaxias, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, we're going to find non-creature spell ways to slow down and stop our opponents from winning. So that'll be the next topic of discussion. Zoop. Yeah, so our next topic here is just going to be... Yeah, let's do interaction. Interaction. Chat, how do you spell it? Interaction. Alright. Interaction for Sin. Spira's punishment. What does Spira do? Did they really deserve it? Who knows? Alright. Chat, give me some suggestions for non-permanent ways of dealing with all of the things that our opponents are going to do in EDH. We just want to slow them down, right? These aren't things that... I'm not asking for things that will, like, make us win harder, per se. Just make our opponents not win. Confounding Riddle. Confounding Riddle. Look at the top 4 cards of the library, put one of them into your hand, the rest into your graveyard, counter target spell unless this controller pays 4. That's 3 mana. That's a 3 mana counter spell. Sometimes. 46 instants and sorceries is enough space for interaction. I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. I think Snap is an underrated card. I'm down to agree with that. I'm okay with agreeing with a claim like that. I feel like Reanimation Package acts as Spira way earlier than turn 2 to 4 Jin. Yes, Private. We could, if we were so inclined, just do like Sultai Reanimation. And yeah, it would probably just do the work sooner than Spira, for sure. Or what if Spira is the reason we won? You know? What if it was our commander's ability that made us get back a really spicy Eldrazi and we won because of it? You know, not just because like the deck just like kind of reanimated and just won. But what if it was our commander, you know? What if? I'm not saying that we can't put Reanimate in here, because it's still on theme and on flavor, but it's just not the first thing I'm jumping to. When I know that there is a base that's covered by our commander, I'm not trying to make that base get further covered sooner, per se. My first goal is like, okay, well, how can I make sure that my commander gets to shine and do the thing that it wants to do as much as possible? But I'm not saying that we can't just put in a Reanimate. Like, literally, why not? Like, that's fine. Sultai Charm. I like Sultai Charm. Sultai Charm is good. Muddle the Mixture. Yep. Muddle the... Mix, swirl, and mix. Muddle the Mixture is good. Yes. Oops. The Meat Hook... yeah, I mean... Meat Hook Massacre is fine. Okay, is Meat Hook... and this is a question for you specifically, Honey Badger, and I need you to look this up. If we, us, like the players, don't have creatures on our battlefield, because that's just not what this deck is about, right? Like, we look at the deck list, and we just don't fuck around with a lot of creatures, right? If we don't have creatures, is Meat Hook Massacre worth it? Or is it better to just, like, Toxic Deluge, right? Or something, like, less direct. Something that doesn't even include the ability of gaining value off of our own dead creatures. I need you to let me know on that one. It's about the message. Exactly. The message is I beat you with Spira. Muddle mixture and calling ritual. Calling. Oh God, yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah. Calling. Yeah. Yeah, calling rituals. Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Disallow. We want answers to Bajuka Bog and friends. That's fair. Disallow. I'm super down for a disallow. Oh snap! It prints money, bitch. Oh snap! Slip out the back. Yeah. Okay. No. So in the decks that we've been covering for the Final Fantasy commanders, a lot of the evil villains have ETB or attack triggers, right? Like Kefka, for instance, is like, oh, when he enters the battlefield or attacks, do this stuff, right? I'm saying instead of slip out the back, I would prefer a flicker spell, right? Now I know, slip out the back, he dodges a full on board wipe, right? It dodges sorcery speed and stuff like that. We could just do both. Is probably like I think the better thing here. But for a lot of intents and purposes, when it's just like single target removal, just a straight up flicker is dodging that spell and also we trigger our commander again for the second time. And I like the sound of that personally. I love the sound of that. This deck is so strong. It's looking spicy right now. Blasphemous Edict is good. Yeah. Blasphemous Edict absolutely works. Blasphemous Edict. All right. So that's So that's 6. But before you chat, don't request more because I'm literally I'm not gonna see it. Okay. So zoom. Blasphemous Edict. Let's go over here. Snap. It's just named Snap, please. Fuck. Ugh. How annoying. Oh, Jesus Lord. Oh, thank you. Snap. Sultai Charm. Sultai Charm. Where are these cards going? Sultai Charm, Muddle the Mixture, Culling Ritual, Disallow, and Edict, and Blasphemous Edict. Okay, so we're gonna disable global tags. We're gonna do, this is gonna be topic 4. It's gonna be interaction. 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 This is a value permanent. That should be this should be number 4. Interaction. You might also want to Snapcaster effect, so pull cards you may want to recast. Also, since you're so instant heavy, I don't think we'll need to per se. My main like I don't think we'll need to do that is one, Snapcaster is I would rather do what's the Surveil 2? Thank you. Wobbler's on it. Yes. I would rather Mission Briefing, which we already have, because it'll do Snapcaster without being without accidentally taking up one of our commander's ability usages. Yeah, mission briefing will be our Snapcaster. Yeah. It's number 3. Insane value creature. This is just a creature. It's not even what we're talking about. Number 4, interaction. All right, let's go back over here. Zoop. All right, give me more interaction. We definitely can add more. We're at 44 cards right now. Nuclear Fallout. Nuclear Fallout. Aurora Procession is basically Snapcaster on top of like other things, right? Because yeah, I like Aurora Procession actually. Aurora Procession, that's a good one. Crossing Grip. Yeah, we have mana. We have mana for it. I'll Crossing Grip. I'll Crossing Grip it. Search of Muddle takes advantage of keywording. Nice, nice, nice. Tail's End, narrow, but it stops with Jugabog or Commander. Yeah, we can Tail's End. It is narrow though, but we're kind of in that realm. I do like Aurora Procession. Any free spells that are worth it? We do like March of Swirling Mist exiles a blue card from my hand, right? Not discard, so that's an issue. Fierce Guardianship. Yeah, we can always do Fierce Guardianship. Massacre Worm. Suspend, the card name is good. It can temporarily answer an opponent's thing and save your commander. We're fine waiting 2 turns. Are we though? I actually disagree. I actually super disagree. I do not think we're fine waiting 2 turns for our commander actually. Because 1 turn without our commander, right? Like any time after the initial moment our commander comes in, like that's attacks that are not happening, right? Whether it's getting close to killing someone or triggering abilities. I actually disagree. Not Massacre Worm, just Massacre, free board wipe. Massacre. If an opponent controls a plains and you control a swamp, you may play Massacre without paying its mana cost. All creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn. Yeah, I'm okay with just straight up running a Massacre Girl instead. I'm okay with that. That's okay by me. That's okay by me. Okay, Meat Hook Massacre does actually still work in here. I'm okay with a Meat Hook Massacre. Just something to keep our life total just a little up. Just a little up while we kill. Did I add Extinction? Extinction. E is for Extinction. E is for Extinction. Destroy all creatures of any creature type of your choice. Is that what you mean by Extinction? Because that's not a good card. Meat Hook is terrible. Hit from Sins of... Oh, right! It's a permanent. That's right. I forgot it wasn't just a sorcery. You're right. Yeah. I forgot it wasn't just a sorcery. I forgore. What did I say instead? It was, Toxic. Deluge instead. I got some really old cards from this attic. Fine, has some creepy stuff with a cool black flower. What type of black flower are we talking about? Repudiate and Replicate. Counter target activated or triggered ability, or create a token that's a copy of target creature you control. You know what? I fuck with that. I fuck with that a lot, actually. Yeah, I fuck with that. For sure, for sure. Yeah, that's actually kind of neat. Alright, replicate, repudiate. Yeah, I put that in directly. Give me 2 more cards here for interaction, chat. It says Black Lotus. Yeah, does it say that, Clockmaster PC? Hey, listen, that's awesome. You should put it in a protective sleeve as soon as you can, and go to your nearest card store and be like, hey, fork over the store. Show and tell in case you draw a big and early. Fuck no. I say that lovingly, but also just like, absolutely not. Show and tell, let my opponents put in something of theirs? Absolutely not. We will put in our own things for free. Okay? For free. Well, the cost of our commander randomly giving it to us as we roll a die. That's what we're... Okay, we'll do it that way, but still, we're not gonna... We'll never give our chance to our opponent to do... And also, yeah, we could have, like, big bombs, right? But, like, the big bombs that we would put out don't have Annihilator? Because this Ulamog doesn't even have Annihilator. And all the ones that would have Annihilator shuffle into the grave, or into the deck. Oversimplify? It does exile the board. Ulamog, I thought he would, I thought he had to exile, cause when we get him for free, does he still have Annihilator X? I know it's X equal to the counters, but I thought he wouldn't get counters if he wasn't, cast with stuff in the exile. Exile all creatures. Oh, each player? Oh, no. We won't do Oversimplify because we don't play enough creatures for Oversimplify to give us a bigger creature than anyone else. No. We don't want to exile our own board. That too. Archdruid's... Oh, yeah. Archdruid's Charm. Charmier. Perfect. That's a good one. Yeah, Oversimplify would give our opponents a board state that we wouldn't have. Refute, discard is grave setup. Yeah. Bitter Triumph for removal and discard. Oh, I like that. That's a good one. That's the type of discard equals graveyard setup that I want to see, right? I get to, like, we get to kill something and, like, I get to put an Eldrazi into the graveyard so that my commander can maybe do the thing. That's what I'm here for. Liliana of the Veil. It does make everyone discard. It does draw attacks from us while everyone discards. So that part is neat. I will give you that. I will give you that. Let's go over here. Let's go this way, shall we? Zoop. Liliana's also a small permanent. Oh, damn it, that's right. Our commander would get Liliana back. We gotta remember. Yeah, that's why we don't do permanent style stuff. Thank you very much for becoming a follower, everyone. I appreciate you. All right, so we have Nuclear Fallout. It's pronounced nuclear. Auroral. Procession. Frozen Grip. Hale's End. Archdruid's Charm. And lastly, Bitter Triumph. I like the Bitter Triumph call out. Very nice. Okay. So, let's look at what we got here. We have Chapter 1, non-creature self-mill cards, or non-permanent I should say, but whatever. Non-creature self-mill. Great. Creature-based win cons, right? So, like, these are the things that I'm hoping to get, the biggest things I'm hoping to get to actually, like, win the game when I get stuff for free, right? I should actually change out some of these. They're kind of the same thing now that I think about it. Insane value. I mean, Coma will literally inherit the Earth, so unless she comes not a creature-based win con. All right, so our win cons, right? Of like, hey, our commander got this out for free 99. Okay, Archon of Cruelty starts swinging in post haste. Gerard, listen, depending on what we have on the board, we could just sacrifice things and just kill everyone. Reaver Titan. Yeah, I mean, say less. Kodama of the East Tree. You know, put something smaller than the Reaver Titan into play. Jingataxis, I believe, like, I'm not even saying, like, Jingataxis, I don't think Jingataxis deserves the Game Changer Zone, if I'm being completely honest with you. But if he is that spooky scary, then he is definitely a blue creature that we want to have out as soon as possible with our commander. Skithrix, same here, but you actually physically murder people. Taval, the Balanced Scale, I'm here to trigger every single time your command, anytime your command happens. And then Ulamog the Defiler, this is our big end game piece, one of them at least. Ulamog Defiler, 10 mana, 7/7. We're not going to cast a spell, because it's just going to come into play for free, right? So he'll have Ward, sacrifice 2 permanents, and then Ulamog enters with a number of +1/+1 counters on it equal to the greatest mana value among cards in exile, which could be anyone. And then Ulamog has an either X or X the number of +1/+1 counters on it. So without the fact that, I mean, yeah, he just needs, to exile creatures, like, that's the, he wasn't even there to exile anything. So right now he's just prowling outside, just waiting for a moment to strike, which is what our commander is going to open up for them. And then value creatures, so creatures that are just doing a bang-up job, being just like the frontline Vanguard. Colossal Grave Reaver. This will just say, like, hey, you milled a creature. I know your commander's out. The commander will keep on getting stuff from the graveyard, but, oh, you milled a creature? Let's just start getting you going. Sir Conrad, those creatures do end up in the graveyard. Hermit Druid lets us reveal and mill a lot of cards. Coma value, Lumra value, Mire Triton value. 6 is constant mill value. Overlord of the Baelmark is also constant mill value, and then Ripples is as well. Same with Underworld Lich, actually. So a lot of my super pro mills are in the insane value creatures section. And then lastly, interaction, which, should be about 6 cards bigger. Blasphemous Edict, Culling Ritual, Disallow, Gaze of Granite, Muddle, Snap, and Sultai Charm. They're all pretty par for the course for a Sultai deck. Arcturo's Charm, Royal Procession, Bitter Triumph, so we have someone to sacrifice. Repudiate, Replicate. Ooh, Replicate. Oh, okay, yeah. And then Crossing Grip, which no one's used Crossing Grip in a while, but, figure a better time than nothing. Oh, yeah. And then we'll put this in insane value creatures, even though it's value permanent, because it's a part of the win con there. All right, 52 cards, which means that leaves room for, if we're going to do 38 lands, which is at the very least what I believe that should be our bare minimum. Some in chat have said to do 40 or 40 plus lands. Let me just make sure that we got the 38. You could run exile-based removal and guarantee Annihilator when he comes in. We could. Exemplar Templar. He's not really the biggest goal, right? The exile might just happen on its own, right? I mean, what was this, pending? Oh, no, okay. I was going to say, I thought pending itself was like exile. Oh, wait. Chat. We got to read our commander. We exile the card at random from our graveyard, right, and make a copy of it. So that that initial exile copy will charge up. Yeah, that'll be good. Yeah, we'll be fine. Well, we actually do have things exiled by then. We need ramp spells. That's right. We need ramp spells. Yes. True. There are 3 other players. There's 3 other players, and we exile our own shit, right? Like we literally exile our own stuff. So, yeah. You're right. Yeah, that is the Crack synergy, right? Yeah, Ashiok from Throne of Eldraine. I like the 3-mana Ashiok from War of the Spark, to be honest. That's actually one of my more favorite ones. Oh, Wilds of Eldraine. Yeah, it's all the same. It's all the same to me. But what's Ashiok do? Have you thought of Spark Double and Sakashima triggers? So they're pretty wild in Sultai Sin. We could do that. I'd be kind of okay with that, especially because we could get a copy of either of those. Yeah. Yeah. So it's either we add more ETB triggerers or clones, but I don't think we necessarily do both, right? Like we could do the we could She'll Never Live Long Enough to Clone. What? No, Sin will be fine. No, Sin will be fine. You know why? Because we're gonna cast Sin, and then everyone's gonna like, oh my god, Sin is here, and then the first exile is like, you know, some fucking Mire Triton. Which I know would technically be a cause to take it out, but like, I mean, Mire Triton just gets us going from early game, right? It'll be like 6, and people will be like, oh, like, I mean, that's the worst you did. You just have like a 6 clone, and then next time we roll into an Omniscience, but no, in like goofy little bracket 3, no, our commander ain't dying. She's fine. She will play. We'll play her, and then we'll play her again. Do you want some protection? Like, oh, yeah, Heroic Intervention. Heroic Intervention, yep. Yep. Yeah, our protection cards are Disallow, Muddle, and Saltar Charm? Could have thought this better. Snap, maybe? What? Oh god, we were about to do something. I was about to look up a card form. Dang it, I lost it. Ramp spells. Thank you. All right, yeah, let's do ramp spells really fast, chat. Because they do matter here. And I want everyone to see them too. Like for anyone that is watching, I do want you to know ramp. What it is we're looking at here. Ramp. I said ramp. All right, chat, help us figure out some ramp spells. I'm just gonna go 3 visits right now. So that's already taken. Growth Spiral. Instants are, yep. Growth. Growth Spiral. Let's see. Ramp spells. Growth Spiral could run a new copy spell that lets you copy lands. Oh, that 4-drop, that instant, right? The I have like 3 of them in a pile over here too. It's like some Rika's blah blah blah. Yeah, sure. What's it called again? Planar Genesis. It's Growth Spiral too. Okay. Oh yeah. Planar Genesis is Growth Spiral 3. Yep. Zoop. Okay. Planar Genesis. What else? Yeah. Dark Ritual. Yeah. What's Planar Genesis? Nature's Lore, Farseek, Rampant Growth. Yep. Nature. Yeah, I know it's from Final Fantasy. It's the instant. that just says make a copy of just every permanent, right? It was just like, just do it. It's like, shit, okay, like, buy me dinner first. Farsi. Holy shit, chat. I'm gonna go straight to bed tonight. I'm not gonna worry about nothing. I'm just gonna go conk out. Haro is fine. Yeah, because we could get the land back from our opponent. Haro. What else? What does that clone spell? Roiling Regrowth is Haro too. Oh, true. Roiling Regrowth is Haro too. Lots of multicolor spells in there. Yeah, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. We're a little bit of a multicultural deck, being 3 of 3 colors in all. Entis Restoration is Haro 3. I do really like Entis Restoration. It's one of my favorite cards in the Lord of the Rings set. Ancient Cornucopia. We don't proliferate at all in this deck. Wait till Space Set and you have that sub commander in there that's all about proliferating, which is crazy. Yeah, Ancient Cornucopia will never be bigger than what items we put into it, or what mana. We need 2 more. 2 more ramp spells. Although, I mean, I guess at this point, Entis Restoration is fine. Entis. Alright, Entis Restoration, and then what else? Cultivate. Oh god, yeah. Yeah. Hello? Cultivate? Okay, there you go. Zoop. Alrighty. Yep, that's just ramp. This is what ramp looks like. This is just your average typical ramp package when you're going like no mana dorks, no mana rocks, just pure green non-permanent spells to get all your mana, which is, you know, pretty vital to this deck. Turns out. It's pretty vital, yes. Three visits, growth, spiral, planar, Genesis, ooh, restoration, sorry. Entis Restoration, Farseek, and Cultivate. Okay, let's see. Cultivate. There's that Omen Dragon with Cultivate. Bloomvine Regent. Yeah, there ain't nothing wrong with that. Doesn't help nor hurt, I guess. What app are you using to deck build? This is Moxfield.com. Shout out to Moxfield.com. They are a sponsor of this channel, but I'm also just I absolutely love using it. Moxfield.com. This is where I get all of my decks together and have my decks posted. The main feature that we're using right now is the whole tagging feature, so it allows us to make different tags based on these cards so that we can determine where we want to start talking about them. Yeah, Moxfield.com. Being attached to a dragon is a downside because it's weak permanent that Sin might hit. Yeah. Oh yeah, I will be in the graveyard if it failed to find you. Okay, and we're at 59 cards, which leaves us room for exactly 41 lands if we so chose, or just a straight up 40. But we're at 59 cards, which is pretty good. I think that we're nailing on kind of like why this deck should work. Are you building this in paper, or do you ever rock Commander on Moto? I mainly play in paper. I play over Spell Table. I'm not building this deck in Moto, but the Y'shtola deck, because I am making that. That'll be what, this is Final Fantasy 10. The next one tonight is 11 with Sid. Then we have 12, 13, and then 14, 15. So 2 streams from now we'll be building Ishtola, and I will be putting that in paper because yeah, that was a long-winded spiel. Alrighty. What else do we need? Any other goofy tricks up anyone's sleeves? Let's see. Disallow. Yeah, we have a lot of control. This is ramp. Ramp. Oh, no. Oh, it's also ramp. 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 Interaction. Protection. Oh. Crossing grip. Interaction again. Interaction again. And interaction once more. Or, yeah. Well, that was Mana Rocks. That was a ramp. Once a turn, maybe. Card leaves your graveyard. Yeah, okay. Untold Stories, Cultivates, Beautiful, Newfound Adventure, that's Farseek, and then 3 Visits. I don't have to really read too much here. I have all the removal here, all the decently valued creatures here, all the creatures that are nefariously getting win cons over there. And then, well, just wisdom to let others gather the non-creature self-mills. If you want exactly for the lands, you could add life from the loam and a cycling channel land package. We could do that, but we, you know, I have some interesting blue hate ramp tech. Blue ramp tech. Nice. Retrace image. What's on? Which one's image? Okay, let me add lands. So also this deck has packages. So right here, I'm just gonna add the Dimir, Golgari, and Simic. Yes, those are. I'm gonna add those because I already have some cards I kind of pre-laid out, right? Like, there's no reason for me to go through every signet every single time I look at a deck. I do want to just be able to kind of, you know, bring it up from before. So we're only at 102. There's a lot of artifacts here, like a lot more than, you know, your typical mining world. But we don't want these, because if these die and we get these back randomly, that would stink. Or if we self-milled them. So I think we take out Arcanes. Do we take out everything but Soul Ring? Think so, right? I think we just take out everything but Soul Ring. Certainly the Signets. Those slow us down. Green does not do Mana Rocks. Not only does green not do Mana Rocks, but it's something where if we mill it and it ends up in our graveyard, it's detrimental to us, you know? I think it's just literally going to be... just Soul Ring, because it's just that good, right? I guess. Oh, and then 33 lands. Okay, so let's do... Oh, I don't put any basics in here. Forest. And Swamp. And... this is land. I just put Ocean. Give me an ocean view. Alright, so for our... how many lands do we have? 36. So I'm just gonna add one more. Let's do one more blue. Oh damn. Mountain. Swamp. At one. Let's see. 38. 38 lands. Chat, is that enough? Is that enough? Is 38 lands enough? I think it is. No? Ugh. Green does not do rocks. Alright. Well, we'll add what? Swamp that I ugged about? That I bitched and moaned about? Forest. Okay, yeah, that's 100 right there. So we have 40 lands. All right, so let's go over this really fast. We're gonna go over it again, for like kind of a more master recording. So we have 40 lands. Welcome to Sin, Spira's Punishment. 4 black, green, blue for a 7/7 with flying, legendary. Leviathan avatar. Whenever Sin enters or attacks, exile a permanent card from your graveyard at random. Then create a token that is tapped and is a copy of that card. If the exile card is a land, repeat this process. So we didn't even touch on like a landfall, which honestly I think is great. I think it's great that we didn't do landfall because it's not what this deck is about, you know? It's just not. It just happens to be there. We have non-creature self-mill. I want to talk about this is a creature. This is specifically okay, let's see. Glimpse into mission briefing into resentful revelations. So when I go through, I literally just like what these foils mean is just like when I go through and talk about each and every one of these, I'm going to mention specifically Glimpse the Unthinkable, mission briefing, and resourceful veneration. Or revelation, I should say. Creature-based win cons. Archon. Vision. One more card. I'll do Ulamog. Ulamog is our top end. And then the insane value creatures that are just really good. Let's see. I'm going to talk about Colossal Grave Robber, Sir Conrad. What else was like the most effective down here? I think probably 6, right? And then Omniscience, I think. Omniscience, yes. Alright. And then interactions, we have Bitter Triumph. Oops, I don't want to add any. I want to... God dang it. Final Fantasy. Add to deck. Okay. Blasphemous Act. Foil version. Culling Ritual, I'm gonna mention. Repudiate and Replicate. That'll be pretty unique. People will be like, what the hell are those cards? And then I'll be like, damn, sorry. Snap, Sultai Charm. Let's see. I just want to have 4 cards to talk about. So Bitter Triumph, Blasphemous Culling, and and then Replicate, Repudiate. Yeah. Okay. Ramp. We don't need to talk about Ramp. I mean, it's just like it's there. Where is actually the rest of it? Now that I ask. Now that I know how to ask questions. This interaction. Okay. 100 cards. Full deck. Let's go. Alright, let's do a deck tech. Or not deck tech, but let's like read it all. Okay. This is full on recording here. I think that we've made like a pretty decent build here. Retract image is blue. Ramp tech. What the hell? Oh, retrace image. Have I ever used that before? I don't think I ever have. Templar. I don't think I ever have. Alrighty. Okay. Alrighty, here I go. I gotta think of what I want to say. The ultimate villain from Final Fantasy X is finally here. Introducing Sin, Spira's Punishment, a 7-mana 7/7 with flying, and whenever Sin enters or attacks, exile a permanent card from your graveyard at random. Then create a tapped token that's a copy of that card. If the exiled card is a land, repeat this process. So, this is a deck that is all about getting big, valuable cards into your graveyard by using as few permanent sources as possible. This is what we mean. Look at that. Cleaner, at least. So, Sin Spira's Punishment asked us to get a permanent out of our graveyard. So, we need to make sure our graveyard gets filled up by non-permanent sources. Glimpse the Unthinkable is a 2-mana card that lets you mill 10 cards. Mission Briefing lets you surveil 2 and cast something from your graveyard that's a non-permanent card. Pieces of the Puzzle lets you look for instants and sources from the top of your deck, giving you the ability to counter and destroy other people's creatures while maintaining a deck that is completely devoid of useless cards. And even things like Resentful Revelation allows you to look at the top couple cards and then put in cards that you don't want to... Ugh. No, that was wacky. No way someone could play this? Oh, people could definitely play this shit. It's only 100... It's 100 cards. For 478 minus all the lands, this is like actually a pretty keepable deck. All right, I threw myself off. All right, hold on. Let me get back into it. Because these are the videos that get edited and thrown up on YouTube. The Sonic deck that we did the other day was exactly from this. So, let me try this again. All right. Sin Spira's Punishment is asking us to have a graveyard full of non-permanent spells, right? So, we want to use non-permanent sources to do our self-mill. Glimpse the Unthinkable is a 2-mana spell that allows us to mill 10 cards. If most of the cards in our deck are non-permanent spells, and then the ones that make us win are permanent, so then we have a higher likelihood to get those onto the battlefield for our commander. Maddening Cacophony is a non-permanent spell that lets us mill and fill up our graveyard. Same with Mission Briefing and Pieces of the Puzzle. And then the creatures that we're going to actually use to win the game, Archon of Cruelty. Imagine getting Archon of Cruelty out for free on like turn 5. Or even a Cavalier of Thorns. Jingatax's Core Augur, even though it's a game changer, ends up being a pretty powerful piece when you get him out for, again, free 99. Taval the Balance Scale is just a card that's going to keep our wheels spinning while we put more cards into our graveyard, and triggers every time we get a land to leave our graveyard as well. And then the ultimate piece is Ulamog the Defiler. Ulamog is going to... Ulamog, even though he costs 10, is a 7/7 that will enter the battlefield, get some plus and plus encounters on him, and then swing with Annihilator 10 because we're actually going to have to exile Ulamog from our graveyard with our commander's ability. Oh no! It is each opponent! Who made us put Madden Cacophony in here? Damn it. Good catch, Wobbler. We gotta change that. Hold on. There's gotta be... Give me another, Give me another Glimpse the Unthinkable, but not Glimpse the Unthinkable. Dahada's Ploy. Dahada's Ploy. I don't like this at all, really, if I'm being honest with myself. If I'm being honest with myself and you, this is not the favorite thing I've seen. I get it, like draw 2, discard the Ulamog that's in your hand, you get to do it again. Oh, I guess the jump start. Yeah, okay, fine. Fine. No, I get it. Thirst for Discovery? No, the jump start, the fact that it's an instant speed card that has jumpstart means that we can you know, be doing our stuff on someone else's turn, like right at the end, and then we could be like, okay, by the way, I'm gonna like flip shit and put this Ulamog into my graveyard. You never saw it coming. Mesmeric Orb will be fun for consistent mill, but you run permanent. And we talked about this earlier, Exemplar. This deck, I do want to mill myself. This is true, but I, as a player, am a proponent of not giving help to my opponents when it's not my goal. For instance, I want to mill myself, right? But Mesmeric Orb makes everyone mill, which means that the graveyard player who's like doing graveyard synergies is going to get additional help from me when I don't want that, right? I don't want my opponents to have like that much of a boost. So at the cost of me not being able to like mill every single card in my deck, I don't give 3 other opponents the ability to mill every card in their deck. I think it's worth it. Grindstone then? Grindstone is slow. Grindstone's slow. Grindstone's like a slow card, right? Oh, we could do that. You're thinking repeatable? I believe that since we're a 3-color deck and we have 40 lands in here, I don't know the math on it. I do wonder how often we would actually be able to repeat this process more than once in a row. You know what I mean? I get you, Exemplar. Like, you're not, you know, it's not bad. But I'm just trying to think, like, you know, are we really, how often is that going to happen? I don't know. I haven't seen a grindstone used in a long time, if I'm being completely honest with you. Like, I just straight up haven't. I just haven't. Alright. You play... Oh, okay. Okay, well, okay. Painter grindstone? Come on now. Alright, okay, well, you know, someone's suffering from the problem I mentioned just a little bit less than others, okay? Someone's up on their high horse with their, I'm gonna choose everything to be one color. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, that's fair. Alright, let me think about how I want to say this. Because it's so hard to be like that's like the on recording version of me. It's like a difficult veneer to put on. Maybe if I just go for informative. Breach the Multiverse is a fun card. We have chosen to not do Breach the Multiverse because I think we can win without it. It is a good card, and I have it in multiple decks. I think we can win without it. Sin just doesn't need it. Like, I don't think Sin needs it. Sin just need... Listen. Our homeboy Sin just needs to get Ulamog out. Hold on. Now I'm thinking. We have Ramp. I don't know where the rest of the Ramp cards went. Where did Cultivate go? Oh, they went into interaction. And then I met... Oh, God dang it. I'm trying to put the numbers on them so that they are in the order that we talked about them in. And I do keep forgetting. But it's worth it so when people look at this afterwards, they can see it. Hey, BCC. How you doing, bud? BCC, good to see you, my friend. How are you? How are you? Thank you, everyone, for the follows. Welcome to the Kurohitsuki channel. We are going over Sin, Spira's Judgment. Hello, everyone. Sin, Spira's Judgment. Super cool commander. I think we had a pretty decent time building up. I'm actually just doing like one final look over. Why do we have this again? I don't think we'll ever do this. Hold on. We're getting rid of the tie bar. I think we should... Hold on here. Are there not bigger boys? Are there not just bigger boys that we can get back that, God, this is, like, all messed up. Non-creature self-mill. It should be non-permanent self-mill. Hello, everyone. They need to make a commander version of Painter? No, dude. No, we're good. We're good. Chill. Chill. We do not need this. Don't do it, Anakin. Interaction. Okay, yeah, this was all messed up. All sorts of messed up. But it's okay. The Moxfield client helps clean up mistakes like this. Have you built Gobles yet? Yeah. So this is number what? Final Fantasy X? This is the Final Fantasy X out of our, 16 that we're doing. So, yeah, we did some. Hey, Loudmouth, thank you very much for the big old spicy resub. Appreciate you, friend. Rottenmouth Viper is a trigger. Yeah. Rottenmouth Viper would not work in this deck? Yes? Vagabond, thank you. Okay, yeah. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. There was... Alright, you know what? Chat, we have a bigger chat right now, actually, and I would like to go back. To a question. Okay, so chat, I need 2 things from you. Okay? I need 2 things. I need solo game winning creatures. Okay, so game ending. Oh, I keep saying creatures, but it could be permanents. Solo game ending permanents. I mean, creatures are just a little bit easier to understand, though. Alright, chat, I need the topic that I need you to suggest here for Sin, Spira's punishment. I need some solo game ending permanents from you. Okay, this is an arena. No, it's not. That's what I need, because I feel as though there's other ones that I missed that we could have instead. Right, like we have Archon of Cruelty, and that's all nice, but like only one Eldrazi. There has to be other Eldrazi that are like game-ending things, right? So, because like read Sin really fast. Read Sin really fast, right? So like attack, exile a permanent at random, create a tapped token that's a copy of that card, right? So the goal is just like, as soon as our commander comes out and starts doing the thing, we get some permanent from our graveyard, that is just a game changer. It just is, right? No matter how expensive it is. And I think that there's just like more cards that we can get. Royal Elemental would be huge. I think Royal Elemental is like pretty on brand and on point for considering what our commander does with lands. Do you have anything for trigger doubling? We could. I could do double ETBs, right? Yes. In Sultai, double ETBs in Sultai. Yeah, right. Extra turn spells? Nah. Adrix and ooh. Okay, there's token doubling. There is token doubling, and that's fine. But some things that we get back will be legendary, right? Because they're just that good, right? So some things we get back are legendary. So I don't want to put in a token doubler that doesn't do the value though. Void Winnower, that's hot. Void Winnower ends games, or at least puts those games on their ass. Blightsteel's never in our graveyard, right? Blightsteel just never hits the graveyard. Jin-Gitaxias we have Jin-Gitaxias in there. Mirror Box, no. That, and oh, sorry, that was aggressive. That is too much work. Like, yes, the problem is we will sometimes hit a legendary, so it's not worth putting in token doublers. But to put a band-aid on that problem that's not really a problem, we would then have to take out more cards to put in Mirror Box, and that ain't worth it. Like, that ain't it. Valgavoth, yep. Valgavoth. There we go. Yeah. I was just like looking at the list, and I'm just like, this doesn't feel game changery enough, you know? Like, this doesn't feel like it's really ending the game. Creator, no, the deck itself doesn't contain enough creatures. So because, and let's just just looking back at what the commander does again, right? The commander. Just looking at the commander again, right? The deck itself is not full of small, goofy-ass creatures, right? The deck itself is full of non-permanent things that fill up our graveyard, right? So, like, mill cards that are just non-permanents. And then our graveyard gets full of creatures that are big and dumb. And then, but, like, only so many of them, right? We don't need 50 creatures that are big and dumb. We just need, like, 20, right? And then we get a copy of them. When we have less than 20 creatures out, Craterhoof is going to be, like, actually pretty bad. So, yeah, that is why Craterhoof does not work in this case. We'll often have, like, 2 creatures. Yeah, that sounds about right. I have the Sin as a land dredge deck. That is cute. I hear you. I hear you, and I believe in you. Yep. Quilled Great Worm or Faithbreaker Ibex would be a better version. Yeah. And I don't think either of them win the game by themselves. Interesting deck idea. Thank you very much, K-Stunner. K-Stunner. Pathbreaker Ibex will be alright. It'll be, like, alright. Right? Like, I mean, does Pathbreaker Ibex... Hoof isn't legendary, right? Are we token doubling? We don't have token doublers yet. I have elected to not go into that realm because I think the deck can do it without it, right? Like, 1 Vagelvoth is worth 5 Crater Hoofs, considering that this deck doesn't really run mass creatures, right? Like, 1 Vagelvoth is enough, per se. So, yeah, Pathbreaker Ibex attacks. Creatures you control gain trample plus X, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. Yeah, okay. Like, that's, that'll fuck up with our commander being a 7/7. Like, that's pretty cool. So yeah, Pathbreaker Ibex would do more than Craterhoof for sure. Bolas's Citadel. Yeah. Right? Yeah. We just certainly don't gain life in this deck. You know what I mean? Like, we ain't gaining life here. I was thinking an Eldrazi, but I don't know which one besides Void. We have the newest Ulamog in there, the Defiler. We do have the newest Ulamog. Are you taking anything? Are you doing anything infinite with Hullbreaker? Isn't Hullbreaker banned? Oh, Hullbreaker Horror? No, we don't cast spells. Ancient... No, that's hot. Silver... Bro, Silver Dragon? What about the Black Dragon, bro? What do you mean? The Black Dragon will just get things with Ancient... What's the black one? Is it Ancient Black Dragon? Won't the Black Dragon get stuff from our graveyard? Copper? No, that's the red one. What's the black one? Brass. Whenever Ancient Brass Dragon deals combat damage to a player, roll a d20. When you do, put any number of target creature cards with total mana value X or less from the graveyard into the battlefield under your control. I mean, it's slow. It's slow, but like... You know, it's slow. It's slow, but like, you know. But like... Shieldred, the Whispering one, probably works better than Ancient Brass Dragon. This is true. It's so funny. Shieldred Whispering one is such like a goofy card because like it's if you cheat her in just like the original Jin-Gitaxias, right? It's like if you cheat them in, they are like the most powerful game-ending things ever. But like if this is like even anything close to a normal game of Magic, and you have to actually spend 7 mana on them, it's just like, yeah, dude, I'm gonna like just Crater Hoof you on my turn, like. Okay, whatever. Lord of the Nazgul off all our instants and sorcery does threaten to end the game. Lord of the Nazgul? Muldrotha? Whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell, make a Wraith with Menace, control either... Oh, that's like not the worst card I've ever seen. It just seems a little... You know? Seems a little... What is today? Today's Tuesday? I got paid. Weird. Yeah. Toxrill. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, yeah. It's not Toxrill. Is there anything... We have a blue... Is there... What's like a big green creature? Like a big dumb green creature that wins the game? Oh my god, is it just Vorinclex? It's because it's a... Oh, thank you, Templar. That literally explains everything. We never put Shark Typhoon in? I think... I don't know. That's a slow game. If our commander gets Shark Typhoon out, and then, like we pay 5 mana, we put Shark Typhoon out, or we put our commander out, we get Shark Typhoon, and then we're just kind of hoping that like our instants and sorceries carry us like for the rest of the day. That's a slow one. Absolute Virtue. Isn't that the blue-white card? That's a blue-white card from Final Fantasy 11. So no, that does not work in here. We have not mentioned Summon Bahamut. We have, you know what, friend? We have not mentioned Summon Bahamut. Well, how good is Summon Bahamut? Like, just so chat can see what I'm looking at. I mean, like, in a moderately, because this is like a medium deck speed. You know, this is not fast, but it's not like glacier slow. If you get out Vagelvoth on turn 5, and then next turn you get out a Void Winnow or a Shieldred, the game should be like you're choke holding people till they die. Is like what I'm hoping is happening. Summon Bahamut, like you destroy a permanent, right? Okay. Oh, twice. Oh, you do it twice. Okay. Equal to the total mana value of other permanents you could... Oh! Oh, never mind. Wait, you know what? I'll be honest with you. I don't think I've ever literally looked at Chapter 4 of Summon Bahamut. I'll be honest with you. I'll be straight up honest with you. I've never looked at chapter 4. Damn, that's kind of hot. Yo, if we summon Bahamut, yeah, oh my god, our commander just keeps like swinging and ETBing, and we just get like a bit. Oh damn. Okay. I was unfamiliar with your game actually. I'm sorry about that. You're right. Summon Bahamut's kind of sick actually. Yeah. No, Summon Bahamut's kind of dope actually. So yeah, that's kind of sick. Okay. Chat, keep your suggestions in mind. Grothama, all devouring. We don't need to draw cards. We don't need to. We don't. Jumbo Cactar. I don't think we do goofy enough stuff to make Jumbo Cactar work. We have counter spells, protection spells. Bahamut. Yeah. Tyrannix Rex. Thank you. I just wanted some green representation in here. That's all. Yeah, I just wanted something green to just be like, hey, you know, like, I'm gonna kill, ha. And you know what? I kind of like it a little better than Void Winnower. I think our opponents will enjoy dying to this more than Void Winnower. Okay, cool. So let's go over to the deck here. Zoop. All right, let's add these cards. Royal Elemental. Because I think that we might have gone too wide with the deck. Tyrannix. And that's on me. Rex. How do you spell this thing? I was not fully focused earlier. Tear either. I think that like one solid hit from an Ancient Brass Dragon can put people in a headlock. Shield Red, the Whispering One. Whisper. Summon Bahamut. Yeah. So, because like these are creature-based. Yeah, these are creature-based win cons for sure. Creature-based win con, 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 right? Kozilek the Great Distortion. Kozilek doesn't have... This guy, like, just naked by him... Like, he's a 12-12. Do not get me wrong. He do be a 12-12. But... And we do get to... like sometimes discard stuff to counter stuff, I guess, but he like by himself doesn't win the game, you know what I mean? Yeah. Whereas this guy wins the game, right? Because like with the Annihilator X, and just remember, you can see what our commander does, right? So when you cast, or sorry, when our commander says exile a card at random. Right, so now that there's a card, there's a Ulamog, the Defiler, in exile, right? So then when he enters, he gets plus and plus encounters on it equal to the greatest mana value among cards in exile. So the token will get 10 plus and plus encounters on him, and now he has Annihilator 10. That's ending the game, right? That is ending the game. Want a draw engine? Honestly, no. If I'm being honest with you, no, I actually don't. I don't think I care. I don't think we care. TBH. That is pretty good. It's kind of hot. It's kind of hot, actually. Yo, Taser, thank you very much for coming by. I really appreciate it. Ironically, I'm making a mono green deck with Kona Rescue Beastie. Hell yeah. Garuda and Breach the Multiverse if you like gambling. We're already gambling with Sin. Like, Sin's literally already a slot machine. So, speaking of the slot machine, I want to make the slot machine happen more than just once a turn. I want to flicker our commander. And I'm actually surprised that I'm the first one mentioning like any real flicker. Like usually, chat, and I'm speaking to you, chat. Usually, I have to like get a broom and bat you guys down from saying like, oh my god, the commander says enter the battlefield at least once on his card. We gotta put in fucking Conjurer's Closet and Conjurer's Closet 2 because that's what our commander does. And it'll be like, but chat, all our commander does is like when he enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature. It's not that big a deal. And chat will be like, but this is enter the battlefield. We gotta do it. So I'm surprised that I'm the one bringing this up. But we're in blue, so we can do the ETB more. Did you soul great guy? I apologize. Essence Flux versus Suspend. That's what we did. That's what yeah. That's what I remember at the very least. Yeah. To be fair, Flicker is cheap and resilient. Yeah. No, I actually think Yorick is double ETB. That's what I was thinking of. I knew that there was a Sultai commander that did double ETB. I was thinking 5 boots, but 5 boots is on combat, so I knew it wasn't that. Yeah. So okay, let's do some. Yeah, we're actually radically changing this deck up. I want more ETBs. So yeah, Yorick, is it just Yorick? Yarok. Oh my god. Yarok the Desecrated. Yeah, perfect. Yarick is Secret Second Commander. True. Yes, and actually, Maestro, that's actually what that's what started us talking about this, right? So slip out the back. And I was mentioning that in Final Fantasy specifically, there's a lot of the villains have ETBs and when we attack, right? Like a lot of them. So, like Kefka and other villains, right? Including Sin. So I was saying like, hey, I know slip out the back is pretty cool because it dodges more things, but I think the cost benefit of flickering our commander in response to removal and therefore getting 2 triggers of its ability, because most of these abilities are pretty freaking strong, is like just as worthwhile as being able to dodge a board wipe, right? Dodging single target removal and then getting another use of our commander is better than dodging a board wipe is what my argument was, and then I don't remember the rest. So Moldrotha already likes what you're already doing. Tassiger 2, the Sultai one. So Tassiger will be good for getting, and Delve in general will be good for taking out smaller, less impactful creatures from our graveyard, and we do want to maybe invest in just like a couple of ways to do that. Just take out just some of the stuff that just isn't, like Yurok won't win the game at that like exact moment, so maybe we want to exile him so that the only option is Ulamog or something like that. Maybe we want to do that. I probably want to take out these 2, right? Like I'm now more confident to take out these 2 drops instead, like now that we kind of have a better game plan going on. Cauldron of Souls gives you a lot of flexible flicker. Does it? This is not flexible flicker. It only happens once. What are you talking about? It only happens once. What deck are you building? We're building Sin, Spira's Punishment. In response to removal? Yeah. Well, if it's exile removal, it will just kill our creature. Like, our creature will just be exiled, right? So, like, that wouldn't be our best idea. Man, why are there not more Glimpse the Unthinkables? Like, I want to have a mandate where it's like every time we mill, it has to be like 4 or more cards. Like, why is it always like 3s? And then we take one. Although this is from the graveyard, so that's actually pretty good. Like Grizzly Salvages. Why aren't there like 12 Grizzly Salvages? What was like Gerard's orders? Oh, that's 4 mana, look for 2 cards. We could also do Buried Alive, by the way. I also want to just kind of... I just want to straight up fuck people up with a Buried Alive. What's the other Buried Alive variant? And by variant, I mean the other Buried Alive. Consuming Aberration. Consuming Aberration mills other people. I'm 80% sure. I'm like 80% sure consuming aberration. Entomb, thank you. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Graveyard tutor. This is gonna be number... I'm gonna... Oh God, these numbers are gonna get all fucked up. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. I'm making better content for everyone because I'm alive, awake, and focused on how we can make this deck pretty fucky. Ghost Vacuum to control your own graveyard and still get creatures back is interesting. So as Walbert pointed out, so one of the issues with putting in permanent cards, right? Like putting in literal permanent cards that that control, like help us filter our graveyard, is that sometimes when our commander is doing the thing, it's going to filter our graveyard. Sorry, it's gonna be the card that our commander gets, and that's gonna suck. Unmarked Grave, thank you. Unmarked Grave. You could also give Stargaze another look if you want to mill a lot. How much do we want to mill? Stargaze. I only want to mill like... Okay, I think here's a decent mandate. I want to mill 10 cards, right? I want to have such a glut of big, juicy, goofy-ass creatures that if I mill 10 or 20 cards and my commander triggers at least twice to 3 times, we should win, right? Like it should be like that kind of consistent, or at the very least, if we don't win, we are putting out so much to the board state that it just should, like, oh my god, you know. Look at twice X cards. Put X from among them to your hand and the rest into your graveyard. Lose X. That is kind of cool. So like if I pump 6 mana into this, so like what? Look at 8. Put 4 from them into my hand, then the rest into the graveyard. Lose 4. That's not the worst card I've ever seen. I'll be honest with you. It's kind of fair actually. Deadbridge Chant. That's oh, you know. That does cost 6 mana and he's usually unplayable, but now that we get things for free 99. But, okay, mill 10. Beginning of your upkeep, choose a card at random in your graveyard. If it's a... Choose a card at random. If it's a creature card... So, yeah. So, I remember when Deadbridge Chant first came out, it was from RTR block, and I remember it was like... It was seen as like one of the most ultimate Golgari card things that you could do. But the issue... But it was like unplayable, right? Because like 6 mana, it was just like an unplayable card. But now that mana efficiency is better, it is a playable card. But then when you actually look at the ability, it's kind of garbage. Because if it was like Sin, and it said like choose a creature at random and then put it back into the battlefield, that'd be great. But since it's put a card at random, that sucks. That sucks, bro. Because we're not like... our graveyard's kind of full of shit. And not all of them are creatures. You know? Deadeye Navigate. Ooh. I know it's permanent. But Deadbridge Chant is creature, right? And that's what... Like, Deadbridge Chant is creature. And Sin is limited to permanents, but all of our permanents are creatures. So that's one of the... Like, literally everything but Sol Ring itself... Everything is a creature. Every permanent is a creature, because I mean I want to win the game. So like I'm gonna beat them. I'm gonna beat them up. I'm gonna beat their ass. So they're all creatures. Everything else is a non-creature spell that fills up our graveyard. So yeah, Deadbridge Chant used to be like the goals of what Golgari could do, but then now that we're actually able to play it, it's fucking awful. It's actually a really bad card. It's because yeah, you get it. It's actually like one of the worst. Otherworldly Gaze, mill 6. Otherworldly Gaze, eh? Oh, I see what you're saying. Surveil 3. Okay. Yeah. And it's for one. I mean, like literally from the beginning of the game, we could. Oh my god, bro! I'm telling you, from the beginning of the game, turn one, we can otherworldly gaze, put Valgavoth into the graveyard, and then like what is someone gonna like what are they gonna do, right? So Vagabond's just chilling in the graveyard, and then we just get to our commander, and then it's just like, oh my god, let me choose a permanent at random. Whoa, that's crazy. It's only Vagavoth. Okay, say less. Yeah, no, that's sick. That's good. 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 So this is non-creature self-mill. I'm sorry that I wasn't giving this like level of attention and focus and probably ADHD towards this deck earlier. I was a little eepy, but now I'm up. I'm yeah, this is like hold up. Think about adding Alicia who smiles at death to the Terror Precon deck. What do you think? Oh, 100%. And laughs at fate. Do both. Both Alicia's who something fate. Both of them are good. Dig Through Time Tassiger is a fun way to get rid of junk in your yard. So yes, delve cards are a good, especially Dig Through Time. And even Treasure Cruise if we really wanted to be, goofy with it. Ripples of Potential. Wait, potential, huh? Oh, for the phase protection. We don't really do +1/+1 encounters in this deck, though. This is the thing. I would rather just slip out the back or just counter what they're doing. We really we don't do +1/+1 encounters in this deck because we don't need to. I like Gravebreaker Lamia as your graveyard. I agree with Gravebreaker Lamia, and I do have it in a deck, and so I get you. I don't want to pull Gravebreaker Lamia with Sin, right? Because then it's like it was kind of a waste. You know what I'm saying? I want every possible, or at least as many possible things I can get from the graveyard with Sin to be back breaking, spine breaking. Draws out. Hermit Druid, you're good though, so that's pretty good. Actually, you know what? I actually don't think I need Hermit Druid. I'm telling you, chat. If we just have, we have 14 creatures. 14. Do I have 14 creatures? Did I put them all in the right spot? Consuming Aberration is opponent, right? Yeah. Yurok. This is just value. Commune with Evil is no frills, but it's a C4 mulch for 3. Meh. Parallel Lives. I think. Oh, no. The reason I'm gonna put my foot down. The answer to no token doubling is because there are times where we will get legendary creatures that are game enders literally all by themselves. So therefore, that is a waste of a token doubling card. I would prefer instead to simply flicker my commander. Let's put Thassa in here, right? Let's put the Conjurer's Closet in here. Let's put the cat in here. I would prefer to do that because I think that will make us win the game harder. Whereas there will be some times where Parallel Lives and Doubling Season just does nothing. You know what I'm saying? Torch of Existence is good if you play enough creatures. We are not playing enough creatures, per se. 90% of our deck is not 90, but a large portion of our deck is just these goofy ass cards. Essence Flux? Yes. Well, let me put the cat in here first. Kitten, Displacer. I know a lot of decks just have Displacer Kitten just chilling all over the place anyway. This deck, oh god, get rid of this white border. They're the value. We have a lot of non-creature spells, guys. A lot. You see them right here. 23 instants and 18 sorceries. Listen, guys, we got we're doing this a lot to our commander, so it's pretty fine. We're Gucci gang on that. So Displacer Kitten is actually getting use out, and it's not just some weird infinite combo thing. Although, fuck around, we'll find out. Yeah, tag of sane value creature. Okay. Sane value creature. Hey, appreciate that, Zara. That means a lot. Thank you. Alright. Enters mill 4, return all lands. I don't think I care about Lumra. You know why I don't care about Lumra? Because my commander's going to get all my lands for me. Are we running Gearhulk? Which one? You got Ghostly Flicker and Deadeye? We could do Deadeye. Ghostly Flicker? Ghostly Flicker's fine. Well, Ghostly Flicker hits lands, so we could do that. Let me get a Deadeye. Let me get a Deadeye Navigator and a... And Essence Flux. Let me get a... Yo, they do not reprint Essence Flux. They're like, Essence Flux was one of the worst things we've ever done. Never do that again. I'm like, damn. Insane value. Insane cracked out of the mind value. Fuck. That's interaction. Slip out the back. I don't think our commander needs it. I don't think our... listen, they... Also, we gotta remember that when our commander ETBs and hits a land, like, that's ramp. Like, we will ramp even on top of the fact that, like, oh, my commander missed. It's like, well, no, actually, you ramped a card, and if you miss again, you ramp another card. And then eventually you keep going until you hit something viable. So, like, we're good. We're Gucci. We're so Gucci. Who's the commander? It's, Sin. Spira's Punishment. Golden Argusi? Nah. No. It's, If more than our commander needed to do, like, ETB stuff, I would probably say the Golden Argus. But, like, only a little bit. Also, Golden Argusi is before combat, I think. So, like, yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, nah, not for that one. Not for this deck. We do want Flicker, but our Golden Argosy is for go wide Flicker. This is just like, we just need one dude. Just our commander needs a Flicker. Everything else is like, Vagabond's just chilling. He's straight chilling. He don't give a fuck. Royal Elemental is rude. This is true. This is true. We are going to win the game. Do we even need Omniscience? I mean, like... After all, why not, right? I guess. Are we still looking for double triggers? No, yeah, we're giving up on double triggers. And we're just going to straight up Flicker twice. Thassa. And Conjurer's Closet? Do I really need Conjurer's Closet? I think maybe I don't need Conjurer's Closet. Do I really want Conjurer's Closet? Is Thassa not enough for me? Is my mono blue god not enough? How much Flicker does one avatar need? Speaking of, do you have discard outlets? No, we don't draw in this deck, actually. Like, we really don't. I actually have cards that say if I would draw, like, I do fuck shit instead. Demonic Consultation? I don't know what that does for me. I only hear I hear Demonic Consultation in my ear, and I just hear some, like, infinite combo, and I'm like, no, I'm not doing that, so... I actually meant, like, literal Thassa, Deep Dwelling, like, the actual goddess. It's a target for the commander trigger, which is something to think about. It is, but that means, like, my commander will ETB, and then ETB again that end step, right? Like, it will trigger twice, so it's almost like I didn't miss anything. Conjurer's Closet. Yeah. It'll basically mean, like, I didn't miss anything. What about Hunter's Talent? Isn't that for if I have a creature with a counter on it, it gets ward? I don't do counters in this deck. Yeah, Yarok's right here. Yeah, Yarok. I'm down for Yarok to be like the only ETB goober. I don't need Sir Conrad. Yeah, I don't need Sir Conrad. We're literally just here to beat our opponents down with just big old creatures that we shouldn't have. That's really what we're here for. We're just here. And discard outlets. I want to find more cards like Bitter Triumph, where it's like discard, destroy a creature, stuff like that. I prefer that instead. We're not doing too much on the discard front, though. Muldrotha would be nice, but is ultimately unnecessary. Refute is legitimately good in this deck. Let's refute. I'm about to refute you if you're wrong. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's fine. It's cute. It's also cute. I'll give that. It's cute. Cultivate. Are any of these like too slow? Wouldn't I rather a rampant growth instead? Hunter's Talent. When creature enters, it deals damage equal to its pot. Whoa! What? Well, that's like one... What? Okay, but that's like one thing. Huh? Okay, it's just like a fight spell, and then everything else is not worth the mana. What's going on? This card's bad. Villainous Wealth? No. That's not what we're doing. Coiling Oracle would be a bad card to trigger off our commander. If we cast our 7 mana commander and all we get is a Coiling Oracle from it, we're crying. Baleful Strix? It's kind of similarly true. Similarly true. Nissa of the Shadowed Bows? What does that do for me? I don't think that's possible. I've never... Nissa's Shadow. I can't imagine this Nissa is helpful. Landfall, loyalty counter, which does happen sometimes. Untap target land, have it come in, blah. Creature card will convert mana cost less than you get to the number of lands you control onto the battlefield from you. Yeah, or graveyard. Okay. Alright, I kind of see... Excuse me. Okay, I see what you're saying. Sin would go wild with Tasigur. Everyone does say that. Is Tasigur... I mean, we have a lot of mana, so I mean, like, I guess Tasigur does let us exile all but the best, juiciest graveyard pieces, but I don't think that's, like, super true. Let's look at the Tasigur, just so we can put this to bed. Tasigur. Tassel Girl. I'm gonna... These are maybes. I'm gonna put this into... considering. I'm gonna put this Nissa in considering too. I'm thinking about it because we do get a bunch of landfall triggers sometimes. So here, alright, let's put the Tasigur debate to bed. So Tasigur the Golden Fang, Banana Hammock Man. He's a 6-drop, but actually in a 4/5 with Delve, right? So he's not really gonna actually cost 6. And we can pay 4 to mill 2 cards, then return a non-land card of an opponent's choice from our graveyard to our hand. Okay, so that right there is why this card is not good, right? Our goal is Sin is gonna go, hey, I'm here now, and I have milled about 20 cards by the time I got out, and there is a Jin-Gitaxias, an Archon of Cruelty, and a Reaver Titan in my graveyard right now, waiting for me. Those are the only creatures there. Those are the only permanents there, right? Because everything else in the deck is a non-permanent thing, right? Those are the only 3 things there. And then Tasigur is going to be like, okay, I'm going to spend 4 mana to mill 2 cards. And then an opponent is going to go like, all right, well, you can put Jenga Taxes back into your hand because I don't want you to get that on turn 5 for free. So then I cry and I go, damn it, Tasigur, you've done this to me. I hate you. So I disagree with at least on paper to me, Tasigur sounds fine, and I know that most of Tasigur's gameplay is like forcing your opponents to make the choice between a rock and a hard place on what to get back, right? But Tasigur is not a deck that says, oh, I'm going to get something for free from the graveyard, so you better choose the right thing. Tasigur says, I'm going to be able to cast something from my hand because I have enough mana because I'm fucking Sultai. I got mana for days. And no matter what you give me back, it's going to be a problem. That's what Tasigur decks do. But this deck just says, I got stuff in my graveyard, and I'm going to roll a d20, and you better hope that I get the worst of the 3 options, of the 3 horsemen, but one of them is going to be a horseman, right? And so they're working on opposite axes. So I don't think Tasigur is good here. 1,000,000% correct. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Editor, give that, just bundle up that entire Tasigur rant, post it online. Teferi Mage of Zalfir would help the control match. No, we don't need help with the control match. You see how much interaction we have? We're honestly sick. We're literally ill with it. We're actually pretty fine with it. We're good. We're good. White of the Reliquary, that works with land and stuff, and we do not care. We do not care. Land is not an issue. We ramp a little bit just so our commander comes out on like turn 5 after we've milled like a couple cards, and then we just like win the game, I guess. Like we just simply win or something. Anything and anything less than that is just like a distraction. It's mostly just to make him big and get specific lands. Nah, we don't need, no, White is just like not in it. Thank you. I knew, honestly, it's because I would never in a million years would I recognize this art as Farseek. Just never. It would just never happen. Thank you. I knew the ramp zone just looked fucking like just so barren and weird. I'm sorry. I gotta do this. I gotta be able to picture what's happening here, and I was just never gonna picture that. There, yes, God is in his kingdom now. Now I get it. Yeah, we have 8 pieces of ramp here, which is good. Good. This is good. And even cards like Crushing Grip and Refute are like fine, like 3 mana pieces of interaction. It's actually pretty fine because we have lands. Like we're gonna have lands in this bitch. Nature's Lore, I have that, right? Fuck, I moved it somewhere. Dude, I don't know what I was doing. Was I drunk? Where did I put Nature's Lore? I mean, I had Nature's Lore. I typed it in. Nature's Lore. What app is this on? Hey, chat. Welcome to Moxfield.com. Yes, Moxfield.com. Sponsor of the channel, but also literally my favorite website to build decks online. I have all of my decks here. All of my, like, these are all decks that I use and everything. Yes, I have too many. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But yeah, Moxfield.com. This is my page. You can see many other brewers' pages here. And yeah, right over here, we're doing our Final Fantasy challenge. We're on number 13. Holy shit. Well, technically we're on number 10. But yeah, Final Fantasy over here. And the best thing is the tags. We're using tags here. So like this is what everything looks like without tags. You know, it's just like creatures, sorceries, instants, and all that sort of stuff. But I'm using the tag feature so that we can actually like go through each topic here so people can understand what these cards are for. And yeah, Moxfield.com is the way to go. 100%. And it's free. What you are you rating decks or making? Making. We're making a deck based on the commander you see You don't see it because you're on TikTok. Based on this commander right here. Tireless Provisioner for treasures? Oh, no. I know that this deck is land... Like, it's land... I get it. The deck is a landfall deck when you want it to be. I have not even thought about thinking about it. You know what I'm saying? No problem, Melly. I have not even thought about thinking about the landfall potential in here, because then I feel that the deck would start veering into another direction, and we don't even need the mana like that, right? Like, if a Tireless Provisioner was triggered by our commander doing the, like, oh, if it's a land, repeat the process. If a Tireless Provisioner was triggered by our commander like 3 times in a row, that was already 3 lands that entered the battlefield. So even if they kill our commander because they're like, wow, that's like crazy, we should kill it, I'm just going to cast it next turn, even without the treasure. The treasure didn't mean anything. I went up 3 lands. So, like, the treasure part doesn't actually mean much. Not in this version of the deck. Not in this version of the deck. Arden the Usurper is super fun to reanimate stuff. Yeah, he's a whole ass different bitch. But yes. Yes, he is. Landfall decks in this color all kind of play the same way too. Well, ever since Taval, you know, like, yes and no. You know, Taval was much needed uniqueness for Sultai. Sultai needed something more. Which is why Taval's in this. Because Taval will trigger on every single land leaving. That's going to be sick as fuck. That's going to be where our army comes from. Are these all game changers? Are each one of these creatures... We have 14 different creatures in here that are just like, yo, get me out and I'm literally going to win the game for you. I mean, Koma's kind of that way too. Beginning of each upkeep? Yeah, no. Koma's going to win the game by himself. Yeah, for sure. For sure. What you cooking? Oh, we cooking Sin from the Bible. Look into quantum misalignment. So, what's better than 1 Ulamog? 2 Ulamogs. No. You know what's better than 1 Ulamog in this deck? The fact that we get that Ulamog out on turn 5. And it has 10 + encounters on it. I know quantum misalignment, Honey Badger. We chose not to do clones, right? We're choosing not to do clones or token doubling because we don't need it. 1 Ulamog is already enough to win a game. 2 Ulamogs like ensure the game wins. But the thing is, okay, think about it this way: what would prevent you from dying to 1 Ulamog on turn 5, right? Like, a removal spell or like a board wipe, right? But like 2 Ulamogs would have to, be dealt with by like, a board wipe. There's only so much difference between the two. Is all I mean. Like in a situation like this, when like I got it for free, right? I simply cast my commander, and the gods decided that I got an Ulamog, sort of thing. I don't need to then spend 4 mana just to like make another one. I already got it for free. Like, let's not fly too close to the sun. I don't think Skittles does enough. Needs to 3-tap, and if it's answered, none of his damage contributed because ooh! That's a very good analysis, Wobbler. That's a very good analysis, and I think that's very fair, right? Because this deck is not an infect deck, right? Like, Skittles by himself doesn't, like, he wins the game. He kills 1 person if he gets 3 turns to attack for free, right? Like, completely uninhibited. Skittles gets to attack, right? 4 times and then wins. It kills 1 person. Does not win, but kills 1 person. We don't have any proliferate or anything like that in this deck. And, as Wobbler said, if Skithritz gets removed, right? He didn't help me get closer to killing anyone because I can't continue to add poison counters to anyone because this deck doesn't do that. And I didn't even deal 4 damage because the damage that we do deal gets converted into poison counters. So actually, if Skithrix goes away, which I mean he will, it's almost like he wasn't there at all. It was actually like a big waste of time. Whereas like Tyrannix Rex, yeah, the toxic 4, sure, but like bitch hits you for 8 and is trample, haste, ward 4 and can't be countered, right? Like this man hits you for 8. So even if he gets removed, he's still dealt 8 damage to you at some point, which brings you closer to death. Where Skittles just straight up doesn't. Like once Skittles is gone, he's actually like, it's like it was never there. Do you want to put Concordant Crossroads in the deck? Miss Smith, know one thing about me. Know one thing about me. I hate Concordant Crossroads. I hate Concordant Crossroads. I hate with a passion Concordant Crossroads. And here's why. One, I already hate green. That's just like a default. I hate green, right? I don't want elves to have haste. I don't want them to have haste. That's like the one saving grace, is that someone has to play an elf and then 12 more elves, and then I have some breathing room to do something about it. And that card just takes it away from me, okay? But the main reason I hate it is because it gives everyone else haste. Yes, I get haste, but I have 3 opponents that have haste. Me having haste does not outvalue the fact that my opponents, all 3 of them, now have haste, especially in decks that did not have access to haste before. And that is not good. That ain't good. That ain't good. And also, and for this deck specifically, we are not running any mana dorks. All of our mana is coming from land, 1 Soul Ring, because it's goofy, and ramp, right? There's no birds, there's no elves, there's nothing. Because if I were to mill a bird late game, and then I cast my commander, and I just get a Birds of Paradise from the graveyard, it's like, wow, ooh, right? So we don't have anything small in this deck. So there's no haste to give anyone. And my commander having haste, like, listen, he already ETB'd to do a thing. Like, him having haste is like, that's asking for too much. Yeah. Exuberant Explorer. Unnecessary. It's just unnecessary. He's loot lets me play another land per turn. I can eventually mana dump 6 mana to look for a card. I just don't need it. I would rather just focus on my commander, protecting my commander, milling things into my graveyard, etc. We just don't need it. We simply just don't, you know? 1 essence, like keeping up mana for a disallow, will do more work than loot would do all game, right? Because the game is going to end soon because I protected my commander from the kill spell, and then my commander's going to swing, and then I'm going to flicker it, and he's going to swing next turn, and I put 4 Eldrazi into play for free, right? That's what's going to happen. Whereas loot would just be like, hey, hope you got lands in your hand. And I'd be like, loot, I don't draw cards in this deck. I was out of lands a while ago. Massacre Worm in there? No, we're focused on big picture ideals. We're focused on the grand design of, we don't need to board wipe if we simply have the biggest, if we're the biggest bitch at the ball. It doesn't really matter how many other creatures there are, how many other suitors, because we're the best, because we got Shieldred. Can we even crew Reaver Titan reliably? Shut up? Yeah, no, shut up. Yeah, shut up. Bro, what's wrong? I'll just crew Reaver Titan with Sin. What's wrong? Shut up, dude. What are you talking about? What are you goofy? I'll just... oh no, but then our commander doesn't attack. Shit. No, it'll be fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine, dude. Yeah, I know. I'm sure it's fine. What's the best rat commander in your opinion? Oh, God. Though, honestly, the best rat commander, in my opinion, is the one that you opened first and made you go, damn, I want to build a rat deck. Because that's your gateway into the wonderful world of rat... well, wonderful world of rat decks. And that one is the best one, 100%. The one that makes you want to build a rat deck. I know that's like not a like it doesn't sound like an answer, but I've seen the joy on people's faces when they realize that they could build a rat deck, and you know I held back on throwing up. I just did it like in my mouth and everything, but like no, like just that rat deck is enough. And I've tried to tell people, hey, I know that you like this rat, and that's cool. There is another rat over here. They just printed it like a set ago. That's what your rat does, but like twice as big. And they'll be like, no, I like this one. And I'm just like, hey, you're happy, and that is literally what matters. So yes, Rat King's your favorite? Hey, fuck it, sure, dude. For sure. Absolutely. I think like the rat from Jumpstart is like insane. Y'all know about Black MTG Redditor group? No, I don't actually. I actually don't. I actually do not know about that. Toxrill 2 Toxic? I thought we put Toxrill in here. Oh, no, we talked about putting Toxrill in here. I mean, Toxrill will be fine. Toxrill would win the game. He would win the game for you. We're going to take Reaper, tighten that out. Toxrill would win the game, probably. Especially if he comes out early enough. Or at least he'll just, like, suck up removal, which is fine. Ashcoat. Yeah, Ashcoat's crazy. And, like, the most expensive rat commander, I think. As Choco made... Good, Ellie, good. So I'm not going to try to convince you ever to play, you know, Kestrel instead of Choco. It's like, no, bro. Like, yeah, you like Choco. That's all that's needed. Yeah, Toxrill would be fine. Like, I mean, early game Toxrill to just, like, make your opponent suffer is, like, perfectly, like, absolutely great, right? This card early game can definitely win the game for us. It is a value creature, but, like, it's also a creature that's like, oh, you got me out on turn 5? That's really cool. Are you gonna mill any more? Yes? Alright, well, shit, say less. Vagaboth coming right up. Do I even need Omniscience? I don't think I do. I just don't think we do. It'll make people concede, maybe, but I just don't even think we need it. I don't think we need it. We're fine. We're fine. We're just gonna win. Do I even need... I don't even need Underrealm Lich. Omni skips the fun part of the game. Yeah. Well, actually, no. You know what would happen? We would get Omniscience out, and then people would be like, wow, that's crazy. Oh my god, Omniscience on turn 5. And I'd be like, yeah, yo, you guys should just, like, scoop. That's crazy that I just got a free Omniscience turn 5. And then one person would be like, wait a minute. Kuro, how many cards do you have in hand? And I'd be like... One. One. It's a mana ramp card. And then they would just beat me up. Like, then they would hyper focus because it's like, well, Omniscience could lead to anything. It's just like, bro, it was... I didn't have shit, bro. Yes, my favorite thing to do, make my friends mad and target me. Yeah, I mean, literally. And I would have nothing to back it up. Because this deck doesn't even draw cards. It just mills and just goes like, I'll cast my commander, I guess. I consider hand advantage much more important than you do for Sin. I mean, yeah. That's perfectly fair. There's no issue with that. Do we have enough card draw and mill? We definitely have enough mill. We do not have enough card draw. I can tell you that right now. We do not. We simply... I have completely neglected the word draw other than Jenga Taxis. So... And Summon Bahamut. Does that count? I'm sure that counts. Yeah, the graveyard is our hand, by the way. I don't know if that... Like... I know most Sultai and Golgari decks say that. I literally mean the graveyard is our hand. We are actually not doing anything else. Our hand is ramp cards, interaction to keep our commander safe, and praying to God our commander rolls well. We want to mill lands, and then we want to hope that our commander misses on creatures for the first two, like on the first go, so we get 2 lands, and then hits on a creature, and then we win the game. The mulch effects do cantrip. Oh, that's true. That's true. Like Resentful Revelation. We look and then we put a yeah. Otherworldly Gaze still okay. Yeah, that's right. So we could do, if we want to make sure that we have some draw in the deck, we could get rid of cards like Out of the Tombs, right? Like Out of the Tombs is straight up mill cards, right? Whereas we could instead put more cards where it's like, look at the top X, put the one you want into your hand so you can keep going or whatever, and then mill the rest. Like, we could do that instead, and I think that might be the better option to go. Season of Gathering is a board wipe that draws 7. That doesn't sound like a permanent, though. It sounds like a non-creature spell that once I mill it, I'll never get it again. Kestrel is neat, though. I didn't get to play much Boomborough as I was in Japan at the time. I mean, shit, but you were in Japan. I'll take that trade. Shit. Although Boomborough is really fun. Boomborough do be really fun, though. I hope you had a good time in Japan. I went to Japan once. It was the best 2 weeks of my life. Reveal the top 4 cards in your library. Put all lands, reveal those into your hand, the rest in your graveyard. Yeah. We have Grave Recursion, Inspiration from Beyond, Mission Briefing, Royal Procession. All grab it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would just rather like Season of Gathering. Season of Magic the Gathering. Oh, Nature's Lore. Bro, we're ramping so hard. What is this? Counter on each creature. Never doing that. Destroy all permanents. Artifact or enchantment, destroy permanents of that type, and then draw cards equal to the greatest power. I mean, we will draw 7, and that's true. But, I mean, that board wipe is not necessarily a board wipe. You know? Kind of like, not really. Like it is, but it also isn't. Nah. Why not a witness to recur non-creature cards? Also, hello, Demko. Why not an Eternal Witness? Because imagine the disappointment when we finally cast Sin, Spira's Punishment. We roll a d20, and I have like a glowing d20 too, right? So I'm gonna go all out with it, right? We roll a d20, and then we get, drum roll please, instead of an Ancient Brass Dragon or a Coma or a Tyrannus Rex, we get a Timeless Witness. And then I go, damn, pass turn. And then they go, well, we're never going to let that happen again. And then I kill my commander. And now I'm all just stuck with this Timeless Witness. That's all. That's it. That's the end, the beginning and end of my argument. I actually have nothing more to say. Your Honor, I rest my case. But imagine how sad I'll be. Thank you. Okay, you get it. But Your Honor, just imagine how sad I'll be. You always want to run some artifact enchantment wipes. We have Culling Ritual. We're fine. Regrowth can also do what we want in place of Eternal Witness, along with like 3 other cards already in the deck. Yeah, we do. We also have like, we do have Aurora Procession, and what was the other ones you said? We have some cards that. Oh, why did I put this in ramp? It's not ramp. I'm just gonna call this interaction. Yeah, we do have. I do promise we do have at least like 1 card that will regrowth a thing, and it's not a creature, right? Like this is a non-permanent, so it won't be gotten by our commander. You have Gaze of Granite. Gaze of Granite will kill everything. Do I want Snap? I don't think I want Snap. I think I would literally just rather Counterspell. Counterspell. Regal can also do what we want in place of Eternal Wit. Oh yeah, sorry. All right, we got to take out 5 cards, chat. 5 cards, and then this deck is, in my opinion, in a pretty decent spot. Cavalier of Thorns, ETB, reveal 5, land card, rest in graveyard. Yeah, that's good. Mill 3, return land, destroy something. I like that. Mill 3. Do I need Ripples of Undeath? Oh, this is enchantment. Out of here. Out of here, baby. That's a permanent. That's a permanent. I don't want to get that with my commander. I really want to make a 5-color Blink Saga deck? That sounds horrifying to play against. I don't think we run Soul Ring. I'm okay with that. Say less. Get. Ooh, now I can add, ooh, now I can like play with my pinky in the air and just go like I have a deck that doesn't have Soul Ring in it. Even though it's just like viable. It's just like a viable card to take away, but I get to, you know, pinky in the air about it. Oh, still playing Soul Ring, I see. Foo 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 foo. Chinos Rex are French vanilla, and its haste isn't useful if we get it off of Sin. Oh, it is on ETB. Not on attack, but on ETB. It is French vanilla. I don't like the French due to my proximity to Canada. I just want one green creature that's actually like a game killer. Can I just put like a Vorinclex in here? No, that'd be rude. Well, we could. Hold on. We could just say Vorinclex, just the big 3 Praetors of just like, hey, do you want to play this game still? Wow, on Canada Day 2? Shit, it is Canada Day! Well, no, that's like, okay, that makes me more... What do you mean? Wait, Goomba. Yeah, due to my proximity to Canada, I respect your traditions and hate on the French. You're welcome. What? No, we only have 13 win cons. How are we supposed to win the game when there's only 13 win cons, bro? Come on. Come on! Do we need Yurok the Desecrated? How many other ETBs are in this deck? 1. Ooh. 2. 3, 4, 5. I don't think we need Yurok. I don't think we need Yurok. Alright, one more card, chat. One more card. One more card. Nuclear Fallout. I mean, I have Toxic Deluge. I need some board wipes in here. One more card. How much ramp does one man need? Deadeye is so greedy. What do you mean? It's free, baby. Free. No, it's fine. My greed. I'm gonna let that greed get to me. Our ramp pack is already too small. No, bro. 6 is low impact. It just makes me mill, basically. And gets a lance in my hand. I think that's fine. I'll put it to considering. Man's gonna be highbrow about Soul Ring with Deadeye in the deck. Alright, let me hit that. Let me hit that. Let's hit. Yo, this curve is crazy. Yo, this curve is bro, look at that. Look at the permanence. What is the 1 mana permanent I have? What is the 1 mana permanent I have? I took out Soul Ring. No, let me hold on. Let me refresh this page. What's the 1 mana permanent I have? Huh. Whatever. Yeah, 2s and 3s, all like I do not exist during these 2 turns, and then we just what the what's 10 mana? Oh yeah, 1 Eldrazi. Is there another one? Valgavoth? That's crazy, dude. All right, let's play this really fast. You can click on the bar. Oh damn, you're right. Okay, let's all right, chat. Here we go. Here we go. Draw. We got. We're good. Play that. Next turn, we're gonna play this. No, we can't play that. Oh wait, are you just like shit out of the log? That's fine. I didn't want to play that land anyway. It's stupid. Okay, hold on. I lied to you. It's gonna be this, and then it's gonna be that, and then it's gonna be this. I'm gonna mill 3 cards. That's crazy. Okay, fine, whatever. Oh, and then I killed something, whatever. Next turn. Okay, that's another land. We don't like that. I'm gonna do this into a cultivate. View library. Give me a forest. Give me a forest. I don't even know how many forests I have in here. Yeah, I don't know how many forests I have in here. There we go. The lands are kind of whatever. For any deck that I do, the lands are pretty just like, listen, pretend during testing all of them are, I don't know, commanders things. 1 into the there. Okay, so these are all tapped, 1 into my hand. All right. Next turn. Okay. We are ramping. The retrace from our spells from 6 is pretty nice. True. The lands are a whole conversation, but they're a boring conversation. Oh, 100%. Yeah, I don't deal with the lands. I do not deal with the lands. That is for others to peruse. Yeah. Well, no, I would do... Okay. As much as I would like to Taval, we probably have to answer something by now, right? Okay, so here's what we would do. We would, okay, okay. Instant speed. Instant speed. Archdruid's Charm, right? Okay. And we would search for a creature. Where are you? View library. Give me an Valgavoth. We're gonna search for a thing and put this into our hand. Alright? Cool. And then we're going to Bitter Triumph, discard Valgavoth, kill something, right? Next turn, I vastly overestimated how much mana I had. That's on me. That's on me. Our ramp didn't feel like we ramped, but I guess it's... Yeah, it's turn 5 and I have 5 lands? Why does that feel wrong? Why does that feel wrong? I should have an additional... On 3, I went to 4. Huh, I don't know. My math is off. That's fine. My math, honestly, it doesn't even matter. It honestly doesn't even matter. So we'll do that, and we'll surveil. Actually, we don't need to surveil. I want to make sure that that's the only thing in my graveyard. We'll have done this, and then we'll look at the top. We'll keep that right there. And then next turn, we will play this, and then we will play this. And then Valgavoth's the only thing here. So there's a Valgavoth. We get a zombie. Zambambo. That's cool. We're going to next turn this. Everything is Magical Fairy Christmas Land. Because of course they didn't remove our commander. Why would they? They would not be so rude. They would never do that. But even if they did kill our commander. Also, Taval would have attacked. I would have milled 3 and then put like a something in the hand. Either way. We did like a thing. Let me restart this one more time. Let me just see if we can get our commander out any bit earlier. mulch, command. I mean, there's no mana ramp in this one. Library. Get me. Anything's out of the orchard. I'm not gonna fuck around. A tri-land of some repute. Okay, and then next turn, we're gonna unthinkable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, I just wanna having the permanents off to the side here, because those are the ones that matter. Alright, so that's blah. Next, hedge mage, mulch. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Cool. Cool. We're still not doing too much. Draw. We have not hit any mana accelerations, but we do get to what, board wipe right here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I mean, yeah, every creature gets 4 -4 minus. Wow, that's crazy. Wow. Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, we're board wipe right there. It's pretty fantastic. Turn. I should have played land that turn. We put that into the graveyard. Draw that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can inspiration. Mill 3. 1, 2, 3. Turn it into noise. Oh my god. Ugh. No. Oh, let's put that back. Yeah, let's put the board light back. That was pretty sick. Rad counters mill us. Oh, true. But honestly, like, I have these out right now. Like, I don't need more. I either get an Ulamog or a Valgavoth here, right? Or something like scarier. Let's mill what? 1, 2. Yes, 2. Hey, Frat Bro, good to see you, bud. But I don't know which one. Any suggestions? I'm literally doing an entire series right now where we're going through one commander deck at a time and making one per Final Fantasy. So I would highly suggest any of these fine decks that I've been working on. Yeah. I like Kefka, if I'm being honest. Alright, so that was whatever. We're going to play a cat because we can. People will probably kill the cat because they could. I gotta mill that. That's nice. Draw. Okay. Harbor thing. I'm gonna roll a d6. Number 1. Coma on turn 7. It's almost as like we simply cast Coma. You really enjoyed the Kefka deck? Yeah, I'm trying to write up a script on it, and I actually, like, the script turned out pretty well, so I'm gonna try to take a crack at it. Deck be a little slow without, like, real tangible ramp, I guess. Like, everything else is going fine. Like, I do like that we will have, like, a creature that matters in the graveyard and all that sort of stuff. It's just the, like, having it happen any earlier than turn 7 just doesn't feel like that's happening. I draw. Whatever. I guess I wouldn't. Well, no, whatever. Draw. Or next turn. Still in the black sources. That's fine. I'll live. Blop. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are in my hand. I go to 8. I'll discard to Shieldred. That's cool. Next turn, draw. Drown. Catacomb. Oh my god. Twilight Mire. Into a Still no ramp. Guess I'll just kill something to feel better. I'm gonna draw 2 cards. Draw 2 cards. Discard a card. There's really nothing I super care about. Discard a forest or whatever. Whatever. Polluty duty. Look at library. Get me a picture of Spider-Man. I don't feel like looking for a better thing. Next turn. Bop. Board wipe. Next turn. I'm gonna mill 2, draw a card, play a land. I mean, having children in the graveyard is fine, but I mean, we'll just entomb Vagalvoth. Next turn, Morphic Pool, Commander comes out. Oof, 1 or 2. 3. The front half. So that's a Shieldred comes out. Everyone goes, wow, that's crazy that you did that. We're gonna get rid of that. Shieldred's gone forever, ever. Forever, ever. It's just in the graveyard. My commander will be in the command zone. Cool. That was neat, I guess. Next turn. Blah. Eto bleh. That's not even worth doing. Mill 3. 1, 2, 3. That's a land. Next turn. Blop. Commander. Vagalvoth. Doesn't feel too great. Yeah, it's without like legitimate ramp. It does feel kind of bad. We do have like 8 pieces of it here. I don't know what else we can do to put more lands into play. You know, to get like just to legitimately like get more. Like we need 14 instead of like mana rocks and dorks. We have ramp instead, and I don't think we have enough ramp. Who spoke words? Hey Jirachi, how you doing, bud? We spent the entire night on this one, but I'm honestly not that mad. We just need... We need better ramp here. I do like putting lands into my hand, and that's all. That's cool and all, but they're not going onto the battlefield. I'm gonna take out the Grippy, and I'm gonna take out the Repudiate. Give me 2 more pieces of ramp. Ooh, I need like 6 more pieces of ramp though. Head Shredder. We do mill. We do put lands in. Yeah, I was really hoping our commander would like handle more of that, but it's just that he has to come out so late. Head Shredder is on the maybe block. Open the way. Kodama's oh yeah. Kodama's reach, and then open the way. Yeah, that's like a 4-drop, right? X reveal cards from the X card put this in land. Yeah, you know. Ramp. Explore. Yes, double explore, baby. Double explore. I like that. I like that a lot. I like double explore, so I can cheat. Cheat all the cards in play. Cheat all the tournaments out of their money. And do ramp. All right, let's see. The self mill is working. That's doing its thing. The creature based win cons. I'm seeing them. When they come out. It's fine. My crazy sicko mode value creatures are fine. My interaction is fine. Fine. Is this enough ramp now? Give me one more. Give me one more ramp piece. I do need to take out 2 cards though. But give me one more ramp piece and I'll feel better. Do I still need 40 lands? If I'm finding mana, if I'm literally finding lands, do I still need 40 lands? Eureka moment. That sounds like a blue card. Sounds like one of them blue It's 4 mana. Need 40 lands. Need to both draw them and mill them. Ugh. True. It's 4 mana though. I mean, I guess what else am I doing on turn 4? I guess what else am I doing on turn 4? Skycross? Oh, Sky. Oh, for. Yeah. Yeah. I think I like Sky Shroud Claim more, right? I'm pretty sure I do. Cause like they're untapped. I know I don't draw cards from it. I mean, whatever. I could just be at 3 of these, so I just gotta go down by 3. Malevolent Rumble. We have that, and that's not ramp per se. That's just put lands into our hand. Oh yeah. Yeah, we have it. It is ramp. All right, I need to take out 3 cards. I need 3 cards I don't like as much. Revelation. Look at the top 3. 1 in hand, rest in grave. It still isn't ramp, but using the spawn to get Sin out sooner is convenient. Yeah. We were supposed to get 2 deck techs done tonight. It is not happening. But we're really diving into Sin here, so my complaints are low. I still think the Flicker package is greedy. I will take out the Deadeye. I will admit to a little bit of greed. Just the smallest bit, though. No more than that. What am I in love with the least? 4 cards. 1 to... Oh, damn. 1 to hand? 1 of any of them in the hand? That's pretty good. Pieces of the puzzle, eh? Pieces of the puzzle. Mission briefing. I'd have to cast the spell anyway. So this is not a 2 mana spell. This is a 2 mana plus like 3, right? This is a 5 mana spell for mission briefing. I surveil 2 and then I cast something. I think I'm gonna remove that. It's really good. Solid gold? I'm gonna put in the considering. Mission briefing. Solidus Goldicus? I've never been disappointed by mission briefing. I guess for 4 mana I get to mill 20 cards. Or 22 cards, I suppose. Well, one of these gotta go. Just one. Deploy is my only discard outlet. That looks at 4 cards. That looks at 5. This draws a card but mills 2. This surveils 3 and has flashback. This looks at 3 and puts 1 into my hand. Mills 2 basically and has flashback for 2. Wow, these cards are the same card. Blasphemous Edict, it eats into our own stuff. Since when? Since when? This doesn't eat into any of our shit. When am I? I'm not going to cast this before my commander comes out. It's our only board wipe. I guess Toxic Deluge is there. I'll consider. I'll move it to considering. And then we just need one more card. 39 lands, chat. What do you think? Prefer board wipes you're happy to cast while Sin is out? Nah, Sin is perfect. Do not cut a land. We're at 40. It's fine. We look at so many. One card, huh? Ancient Brass, maybe. What's like the big card that I like the least? It's probably, I guess Ancient Brass Dragon could whiff. Yeah, Ancient Brass Dragon literally could whiff, you know? 10th with Discovery? Nah. Nah, only in 2013, Brother Bear. Just built your brother a VV deck? Ooh, Edmund. Edmund. The things you do. The things we do for our family. Alright, let's play test this. Alright, Jin Gitaxis in our hand, a Planar Cleansing, and the mana to cast it. I'm already feeling bricked up. Alright, we're gonna do a... Did I say that we had the mana to cast it? I lied, actually. I straight boldface lied. Hold on. I lied to you. Alright, this is better. We're gonna draw. We're gonna play Morphic Pool. We're gonna, next turn, we're going to Breeding Pool, because I don't want to think. We're going to Malevolent Rumble. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna put Coma into our hand, the rest into the graveyard, and we're gonna have a... Get out of here. Get out of here. Token Eldrazi. Alright. So we have 3 mana. Next turn. Boop. We're going to Forest into Kodama's Reach. We're going to Forest, and the literal next thing I see... Swamp. Okay, Graveyard. Alrighty. Yeah, that was turn 3. I played that and then I did that. Okay. Cool. Cool. Next turn. Finish your Jank Grixis Minotaurs. Who's the commander of that one? We're going to Twilight Mire. 1, 2, 3. So on turn 4, we're going to mulch. 2, 3, 4. Put all that in the grave. And then we're going to... How many? No lands are in here, right? No. Then we're going to Toxic Deluge. Wipe this board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we're 1 turn ahead. We're going to play that. God, there's actually nothing in our graveyard. That sucks. The mulch didn't put anything additional in our graveyard, which is a shame. We're at turn 6 is actually what we're at. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We could just throw Shieldred out. to have her die for no reason, which isn't great. We could just cast our commander, and then our opponents are just like, whatever, and then dies? Yeah, alright. We'll Lightning Rod Shieldred, so then we can get Shieldred back next turn. So we will lose that. But we'll cast Shieldred. Shieldred will inevitably die. Next turn, we will play a land. Cast our commander, get Shieldred back. Be happy. We're going to... Alright, we're going to... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a 6, right? So we're going to play a land. We're going to play a Royal Elemental. Or we're going to... 6. We're going to play Royal Elemental. Then a land. Obviously, I'm going to have... I would have Misty Rainforest for a blue source earlier, but... We're gonna... Oh, dang. Yeah. We're gonna Misty Rainforest. We're gonna have one land up. It's gonna be a blue. It's gonna be some level of removal. We will flicker our commander to get Shieldred back. And then I guess from here we just hold up like Tail's End. Intervention. We take 2 creatures. I'm not going to go shields down at any point. Draw. Ooh, yikes. Jesus Christ. 3 lands in a row? Come on now. Yeah. You know, one thing going against us is not tightening the screws on the land base, because that's a lot of how you put lands in... That's a lot of how you put lands in the grave. Well, like more mill lands or something. Get some dredge in here, maybe. It's feeling not the best. Let's do one more hand. Command tower. Okay. Next turn. God, we are seeing mulch every game, huh? We just cannot get away from it. Let's mulch now. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's wonderful. 1, 2, 3. Is there anything to put into our graveyard? No, there's not. No, there's not. No, there isn't. So I'm just gonna just 1, 2. Just give the old 1, 2 mulch. Next turn, Thassa. Land. And we get to... I could bury the live anytime. Nature's Lore, force card to the battlefield. Let's do this one. Rakshas's Bargain. Look at the top 2. 2 looking into your harem. Look at the top 4 cards. Sorry, 1, 2. Alright, rest into the graveyard. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That was an instant speed, so it's on someone else's turn. Draw. Springs. Thassa. Draw. 5 into nothing. Or growth spiral. And Nature's Lore. So that's a draw. And a land. And a forest. Bop. Bop. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cool. So next turn, what is that? Instant speed? Was all that instant speed? Oh, sorcery. Sorcery, then instant. Alright. Next turn, we're going to Commander. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4. So starting from the top down. 1, 2. So 1, 2. It's a land. Cool. So then just 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2. Number 2 again. It's another land. Then between 1 and 2, or I guess even odd. Odd. That's another land. Surveil. Put that in there. And then we get Archon of Cruelty by guarantee. Someone does all that shit. Draw a card. The lands enter tapped, of course, because that would be crazy. We flicker our commander, nothing happens. Our commander definitely gets removed. Sin is conveniently easier to resolve both on paper and on cartridges, yeah. Yeah, no, like literally so true. Cool. So our commander is back in the exile zone, but we will cast them next turn with additional. So what? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, so we buried alive into Sin and 2 things that matter. Okay. That was better. That was like on turn 7. That felt way better, at the very least. That felt way better. Definitely felt like I was playing a Magic game. This is definitely bracket 3. Definitely bracket 3. But, you know, we take our brackets. We have to literally keep a hand that has ramp in it, though. Although, man, this hand is, like, so keepable for, like, everything else. Draw per turn. What if oh my god, do we actually do the turn 1 skip just to have Vagelvoth in our graveyard? No way. No, that's greedy. That's greedy. Draw. I think now I do. Shit. Yeah. Into Glimpse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Zoop. Alrighty. Next turn. Draw into Oblivion. There's something in our graveyard. That's flashback. Okay, that's right at the top. 3, we do nothing. Next turn. There, we put in just 1 Ulamog. Just one. Just 1 Ulamog is all we need. Next turn. 5, we're still fucking about. Don't have enough green sources. Draw Springs. Get a land. Put it onto the battlefield. Command tower. Alright. Next turn. Commander. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Starting from the top. We got number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. We do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's another land. 1, 2, 3. Stop at you. Number 2. It's another land. Actually, that was Ulamog. Cool, so that's an Ulamog. We have a big giant Ulamog. Big old Ulamog. We don't have any mana to Essence Flux, which does kind of suck. But honestly, it doesn't matter if our commander dies. Like, they could kill it all they want, honestly. At that point, because then we have... I mean, we just cast Vagelvoth at this point, because we definitely don't have discard. Kodama. We can't flicker. But yeah, we'll just Kodama for right now. Yeah, we Kodama. I guess we hold up Essence Flux if we really need to for Kodama. We'll say that we had to use Kodama. Next turn, we cast our commander. Commander brings about... Oh, it could be Shieldred. That one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh well. I think it's doing stuff. It feels a lot better than it did before. Definitely tweaking with the lance would be a big help. In the testing zone, I should just make everything like a command tower, because that's really, you put the lands that you need in there. Just got the SpongeBob legendary creature. What would be a good deck to add him to? So Tubby, the legendary SpongeBob creature that is it is oop, not that one. This one is what you got, right? So this card is called Joda the Unifier. When you normally see this card, it's normally going to have this art right here, because the SpongeBob card is it is this magic card just with SpongeBob art on it, so it's the same in every way, just different art. This deck here is all about having legendary creatures, and the SpongeBob will be the commander of a deck. He won't go into a deck. He will lead his own deck. I do personally have my own Joda list. If you would like to kind of take a look at what Joda does. Yeah. Here you go. I'm putting it in the chat for you. Also just like, comment, subscribe, follow, and all the stuff. But yeah, Joda is literally all about having legendary creatures that get super huge no matter what their like normal stats and abilities are, right? So you're gonna find legendary creatures that have good abilities, ideally like giving trample and haste and stuff like that. And then they just happen, like, simply because of what your SpongeBob commander will do, they'll just become super huge, and you'll keep on casting them for free and stuff. So that I sent you was an example of a pretty decent Joda deck before that I actually haven't updated in like a year. So even without updating it in a year, it's still like pretty like that's the Joda deck for sure. No one could argue that it's not. Just got into Magic, trying to learn the basics. Unfortunate, and we've talked about this like in the community. The SpongeBob card specifically was like not good for new players to learn with. Just because like, legendary creatures are kind of unique, right? Like they have unique abilities, and jumping new players with all the like, nuances of legendary creatures to make like a SpongeBob deck is like, that at a step too far. But hey, that's what Magic did. At least it's better than Miku, Destroyer of Worlds. That is true. It is better than Child of Alara. But yeah, so welcome to the Magic the Gathering community. I hope you enjoy your time here. Follow on all the things and all that. But yeah, you will get used to it if you like SpongeBob, and as long as you are approaching Magic with like an openness to learn the things that you want to learn, then you will be fine. You'll be totally fine. So definitely do your best. Take a look at that list, and if you, it's like, I wish I could do a primer on it or something. Like I wish I had time in the day, because I still have a 9 to 5. I wish I had time in the day for someone to like request like, hey, how does this work? And I'd be like, good question. Here's like a breakdown, But regardless, if you do type in just like, hey, SpongeBob Commander deck, there is definitely content online that can tell you kind of like an example of what it does and everything. But really, he does just let you play legendary creatures. At the end of the day, just play any character that looks cute to you. Like here's mine. It's just like Gimli from Lord of the Rings kind of goes ham with Joda, okay? Jamie McCrimmon from Doctor Freaking Who goes ham, all right? Joyra was married to Joda at some point. Throw her in, like they're all the cards like do tend to mesh together at some point with their abilities and lore and all that sort of stuff. It's just a fun time. It do be a fun time. And because you're 5 colors, you could literally do anything you want. You could do literally anything you want. which means that there's a billion choices. But you know, look at cards like Vega the Watcher, or not even cards like Vega the Watcher. Look at Vega the Watcher specifically. He combos with your commander very well, and if you can, my condolences, Joy, are true. If you can understand how this card here, Vega the Watcher, um, combines in meshes with the SpongeBob card, if you can understand that, then personally I think that you'll understand the rest of the deck, right? So go ahead and look online if you need to, just so like someone can kind of walk you through it. But if you can understand how this card here works with the SpongeBob card, you can pretty much play the rest. Like you will then understand the rest of the deck pretty straightforwardly, and then you'll be all set. Then the rest, like literally the rest, is your oyster. You are good to go. You are Gucci gang to go. Also, pick up Bessie the Doctor's Roadster. This card will win you so many games. It's kind of really funny. Yeah, pick up this Doctor Who card. It will win you games. It's literally 15 cents. Use code Kuro at coolstuffinc.com. But yeah, it's like for real. This card will win you so many games. It's crazy. Oh, and Relic of Legends. That also you need this card too. You definitely you definitely need Relic of Legends. Yeah. Oh, Teamer Ascendancy is really good too. Yeah, you need. Oh damn, that's a $10 card. They reprinted that. I thought. Damn, that's still $10. Either way, use code Kuro at coolstuffinc.com for 5% off of all of your Commander and Magic card purchases. That helps me out, but also gets you cards cheaper and on time and in one package. No problem, Tubi. Either way, I hope that you enjoy. It's a fun commander. You will have a blast. And it's a deck also that never stops growing. There will always be new legendary creatures or whatever that would fit in that deck. So there's like always going to be something that you can take in, pull out, blah 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 blah. You will always have a blast. It'll be your forever deck. The way God intended. Alrighty, chat. Can I share my Warrior of Light Joda deck? You may. You may proceed. Okay, chat. So now that we're finally at the end of this this Sin Spira's Punishment deck, we were supposed to do Sid tonight, but I got my second wind and chose to hyperfixate on Sin because I felt that I wasn't giving you the proper attention that you deserve. So now that I have done that, I'm going to go offline. I am going to come up with a decent script about this Sin Spira's Punishment deck. I just don't think I have the chutzpah to come up with like the talking points right now very well. So I'm just not going to. I'm not going to force myself to go through that, nor for you. But yeah, next deck tomorrow. I'm not doing anything else tomorrow. So yeah, tomorrow we'll go over what's the next goober? What's the next goober coming up? It's Sid. Yes, the next goober is Sid. Sid indeed. This is gonna be a fun one, actually. I actually think this is gonna be, make this thing blue-white. Zoop. Blue-white background. Yeah, Sid is gonna be pretty sick. He might. Okay, listen. I think of the decks that we've made, I think he'll actually end up being one of the more powerful ones, because this, like, he just gives a lot of power to the board that we're gonna be making. Tails is an Artificer. Ooh, so true. So true. We could put the vehicle or two in here, because it'll be an artifact creature. Yeah, Sid's gonna be sick. So, so what's funny, chat? So, tomorrow we'll do Sid, and then the one that we have after that is gonna be Balthazar and Fran. from Final Fantasy 12, the only one I actually played. And this is a deck that will literally get better. Oh wait, no, they're not vehicles, they're spacecraft. Huh. I guess they won't get they'll probably get better when the next set comes out. So this might be a deck where we do a so you can, this might be a deck where we build it and then we come back to it and upgrade it later as like a, hey, here's how you upgrade your Final Fantasy deck, you know, like through with regular Magic cards. Like, hey, Final Fantasy's over. That's cool. It happens in Magic. There's more things to keep on playing with. Here's how you upgrade. Surely Magic and Space will have vehicles? No, they have spacecraft, right? They have spacecraft. I don't know about vehicles, but why have vehicles when you have spacecraft, right? But anyway, chat, that's going to be it for us tonight. I'm sorry that we didn't get 2 commander decks in, but I think spending 5 hours on one to really lock in is some quality content right there. Alrighty. YouTube, good night.